Morning. Ooh, look at that horsey.
And here's the latest on the Kenneth Fire, which erupted in West Hills, burning 1,000 acres. It's now 35% contained. The fire is being investigated as an arson. The blaze started around 3:30 yesterday near the 101 freeway and Valley Circle Boulevard. Mandatory evacuations were ordered, but later reduced to warnings.
This fire right now, by the way, is being watched. I think this is over Palisades. I think. Is it Palisades? I think the feed right now. Wow, look at that. Good morning. Still eating a little breakfast. Oh. Look, I can kind of improve the thumbnail a little bit. A little bit. Well, what's going on with Cali, man? Because they caught this other guy. Some other dude was arrested, and he had a blowtorch. It was right near the Kenneth Fire. But, last night we covered the other guy was arrested, too. Some other dude. I mean, unless it's the same guy. I don't know. Well, this guy, they, tackled his ass. Good morning. Let me send out an email blast. I know it's early. For California, it's really early.
Of all that, and also on top of roadways, we're going to take you back over to the Palisades fire. Want to remind folks it is still shut down until further notice as fire crews continue to battle the Palisades fire. Both directions of PCH again shut down from Malibu, so Malibu Canyon Road all the way through to the McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica. You cannot get through, and from the Topanga Canyon Boulevard area from Mulholland all the way down to PCH also shut down until further notice. Send back over to you, too.
All right, Samantha, thank you. Nearly 20,000 acres have been destroyed in the Palisades fire. The fire is only 6% contained.
We've also learned, sadly, 2 people have died in this fire. Let's go to Gigi Garcia with...
What said 30% containment or something.
And officials tell me they fear that death toll from the Palisades fire is going to go up. Good morning, Bob and Brooke. Good morning, everyone. We're on Sunset Boulevard in Paseo Miramar, where we're seeing extensive damage. Here you see what appears to be an apartment or condominium complex. There are no signs left to identify exactly what it is or what it was on the 17,000 block of Sunset Boulevard, again at Paseo Miramar. The roof has caved in. The building appears to be a total loss, and it's very dark, but maybe our photographer Tita can pan off a little bit to the left. There's another apartment building, 75 apartments, West Side Habitats. The sign is still standing, but that's about it. The entire roof has caved in. And this is just some of the damage that you can actually put a dollar amount to. But then there are, as you mentioned, the lives lost. And take a look at this. Skyfox was up above entire neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades that had been leveled by the Palisades fire. We're talking about block after block after block. One house is seen standing here and there. The rest have burned to the ground in the nearly 20,000-acre wildfire. In neighboring Malibu, take a look. The scene repeating itself. House after house, business after business on both sides of Pacific Coast Highway destroyed, burnt to the ground. And with only 6% containment this morning, the firefight is far from over. And then no.
Get to the chopper!
Injury. Yesterday, there were at least 4 reports of possible human remains found in the rubble of burnt-out homes, 2 of them in Malibu, including this one on Pacific Coast Highway, where the medical examiner removed the remains believed to be that of a homeowner who stayed behind, reportedly, to try and save the house. Now, the head of FEMA flew into Los Angeles yesterday offering federal assistance, while President Biden committed federal funds to cover 100% of the firefighting costs. And fire victims, this is important. You can now apply immediately for federal assistance by going to this website. It is disasterassistance.gov. That's G-O-V. We're going to have that website on our website, foxla.com. They can provide you with temporary assistance, financial assistance for temporary housing, temporary transportation. You don't have to have lost it all. You may just be evacuated, forced to stay in a hotel. Apply for federal assistance. It is there, we're told, by FEMA for you. Reporting live in Pacific Palisades, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Thank you, Gigi. The worst wildfires in Southland history have definitely left neighborhoods empty and abandoned.
180.
So we're going to give a little bit, give time for people to join. I have a bunch of stuff I pulled up that we can go over and talk about related to the fires. Prisoners, the homes burnt down, the controversies, this blowtorch guy that was caught and tackled and stuff. I guess he was trying to light some stuff up. He was caught near the Kenneth fires. So lots of interesting stuff happening. And the National Guard, you can see in the background there. That's one of the, it's a tank right there.
Force here, additional efforts from the California National Guard. They've moved in to help with wildfire efforts in the areas of both the Palisades fire and here around the Eaton fire. Now, after Governor Newsom approved their deployment, 400 Guard members are now in their armored military vehicles here in the area. We've been seeing these National Guard troops making their way through these evacuated neighborhoods this morning. I counted at least a dozen passing this intersection. Now, the purpose is to assist law enforcement with traffic control and ensuring these fire zones are kept safe. The deployment comes after 20 people have been arrested for looting in evacuation zones between Wednesday night and Thursday morning, something the county is confident these National Guard members will be able to help prevent. Listen to what they had to say.
We're just here to, help protect, make sure people don't go into the evacuation zones and make sure there's no looters around here. We don't want people, even the homeowners, we don't want them to be in danger of the fires and anything else.
Helping everybody, that's what we're here for. It's what I signed up to do. I didn't sign up just to be like some kind of Captain America. That's not my thing. I signed up to, hey, we're here for everybody. I wear the uniform proudly. I love what I do.
And they are stationed at multiple intersections here this morning. While multiple lives have been claimed here, criminals have been attempting to take advantage of empty homes in these neighborhoods. And that is why you see hundreds of deputies that have already been patrolling these evacuation zones now getting help from the California National Guard. Again, those mandatory evacuation orders remain in place. As many as 32,000 continue to be evacuated. For now, that's the latest here in Altadena. I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
I'm sure residents just grateful to see the National Guard out there now. They've been calling for it for the past couple of days. Yeah. All right, here's Samara with another check of the forecast on this Friday. And I like you've been saying.
All right. See you guys in the chat. Trying to get situated. Good morning. We were on a lot yesterday. Yeah, the drone into the plane. Yeah, it's got some damage. Like, thankfully they landed okay, but I think the plane's out of commission for now. Have to make repairs.
Wind speeds a range of 20 to 30 miles per hour sustained, and it's those gusts, the occasional blast of stronger winds, still part of the forecast, again, the early half of the day. And unfortunately, with the active fires in and around Southern California, it is creating a lot of smoke and soot and ash in the atmosphere, so hazard.
Yeah. Those guys got a tough job. It's like whack-a-mole down there.
Is that Stu? I don't know.
I don't think we have to go back over there.
The visual, man.
want to see something real quick. Hopefully nobody's on us.
Nice zoom out there.
It kind of puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
Let me check out the fire websites. Watch duty. What's that? 6? Well, this was 2 hours ago. 6% containment. Palisades fire. Let's see. Do they have a Kenneth fire update? Oh, that's the one that's 35%. Kenneth fire is 35% containment. 1,000 acres burned. Palisades is 6% containment. It still says 19,978. I don't know. That doesn't seem like it's updated the acres. And then the Eaton fire is 0% containment. There was a fire I think Lydia, I thought they said was like, Lydia's almost gone. Lydia, well, I don't know if it's gone, but 75% containment, the Lydia fire. So that one's almost contained. Controlled, I guess. First fire is 37% containment. So some progress.
Any more hot spots on our line? Or is it just
sounds like Stu, ain't it? Mary, don't play anything to make me cry. I did my makeup for work. Oh, that little boy yesterday, yeah. They were playing that clip this morning again. That was really sad, that boy. Little boy. So they were saying this morning that bodies were found in rubble and stuff. Not that they found it this morning, but I guess they were just saying. I don't know if that's included in the count there, if already said. Well, that's added to the account. Dead people, I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna start soon with all the little stuff that I have. The news that I pulled up this morning. And actually, I found stuff too. Found more stuff we can talk about. Bum, 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 bum. A lot of people are pissed off with leadership. Early morning. Man, yesterday was crazy. Crazy. So much going on yesterday. Oh my God, Mary! They literally have that same boy talking right. The clip from yesterday. I won't do that to you. But that was really sad. Speaking of that, right? Put them right on the screen.
Was it good chicken noodle soup though?
This was the plane damage. Let me show you guys this.
And I got a face full of mace.
That was the plane damage from yesterday. A drone hit it. Somebody was flying a drone. Hit the wing.
Oh, who's that? Is that at ABC down there? I'm joking. Yeah. Why not, right?
Well, people are saying that they should have had controlled fires.
Drop water on the...
So things wouldn't get as bad. They're saying the force management was really poorly done, if any.
That's kind of creepy looking.
The funds being cut from LFAD. Stuff like that.
Pitching.
Oh, Jessica Taylor.
Oh, he's going to do a water drop.
Oh.
I know it.
See it?
He's going to pick his spot. Oh, why did you drop there? There it goes.
All right.
Dark like the inside of a cat.
We can start a little bit, some of the stuff. Wow. They're saying the new numbers now because I thought yesterday they said like 50 billion. Wildfire losses in Los Angeles could amount to over 150 billion. I think yesterday somebody said like 52. Now it's saying over 150. Good. Making it one of the costliest disasters in American history, according to a report. At least 10 people have been killed. So that's what they're saying now. I heard that number going around somewhere. The officials are being very, reluctant with the numbers, being cautious, I guess. I'll play this clip. News Nation.
News Nation's Xavier Walton has been in Los Angeles in the path of these deadly wildfires since the start. Xavier, 4 days later, and there is some good news. Crews are making progress in containment of some areas, but what is the devastation looking like where you are today?
Hey, Nick, good morning. Yeah, well, when you take a look, I mean, just it speaks for itself. Still, people, families coming back to their homes, finding it hard to come up with the words to really describe what they're actually feeling and also what they're seeing. I mean, keep in mind, this place here just a couple of days ago, it is getting better because this is what it looked like. I mean, when you talk about how strong the winds were and fueling the fire, when we got to this home, initially, it hadn't been touched. But after a few moments, some embers, and then it was fully engulfed. And now when you look at it, I mean, it is almost unrecognizable. And I have a flashlight, and I'm trying to really just see and try to make out what some of these things are. It really is difficult. Earlier, I picked up an alarm clock, and you go back to the patio, and you can see some of the patio furniture. I mean, this property backs up to the ocean. I can see down to the PCH. I can see down some city lights. I mean, this home was fully engulfed in flames, and this is all that's left, reduced to rubble. Obviously, firefighting still going on. This fire here in the Palisades, only about 6% contained. Let's start with the Kenneth fire, though. That burned about 1,000 acres this morning. The LAPD is investigating as a possible arson. Police confirming one suspect is in custody. They spoke exclusively to News Nation, confident that fire was started by a criminal. Over 35,000 acres have already burned across Los Angeles County since the fires flared up Tuesday. The largest where we are, Palisades fire, nearing 20,000 acres now. That number likely to grow. One fire, the Eaton fire, still 0% contained this morning. That one burned over 13,000 acres, is being blamed for 5 deaths. At least 10 people, you mentioned this, at least 10 people have died in these fires. But county officials warn that number could go up. 3 other fires, the Kenneth, Hurst, and Lydia, burned a combined 2,100 acres, all between 35 and 75% contained, so that's improvement. Some evacuation orders have been lifted at this hour. Some, 180,000 residents were forced out of their homes this week due to these fires. Just under the population of Providence, Rhode Island, to give you a perspective, over 10,000 structures either damaged or destroyed. Some residents were turning to rubble. I spoke to one family who bought their home, listen to this, back in 1969.
If I sound calm, that's being numb.
I wasn't sure if that was for us.
It hasn't. I mean, to process this is going to take a while. I mean, thinking back on all the photographs I had that I wanted to scan, negatives I wanted to. Yeah.
Negatives he wanted to, So obviously, it's hard to process everything. And some people are so numb to it, they don't even know what words to use, what words to say. But as people try to kind of wrap their heads around what happened, firefighters are still out here working around the clock. Some traveling as far as New York just to come here, as well as surrounding states. But Nick, it is not over yet. There are more Santa Ana winds. Obviously, it's that time of the year coming. Hopefully, they aren't too bad, but firefighters certainly ready to battle anything that comes this way.
Xavier, we were able to juxtapose the images of you on Wednesday against where you are now and how it looks now. And you mentioned how it's so dark. That's because the power lines have been burned out and there's nothing there, right?
Absolutely. In fact, there's a line down beside our photographer. Even driving around this community, you got to be really careful because there are down power poles, there are down power lines. Even on Wednesday when we were here, we saw power poles on fire. So we knew that was going to be the situation coming in, Nick.
Xavier Walton with the very latest in that damaged area. Xavier, thank you so much and stay safe.
All right. So a little update there. I'm seeing that number float around 10 deceased. And some people believe it's going to be more. I was wondering, somebody asked yesterday, have they talked about it, like, missing people? And I haven't heard any talk about that. That's actually an interesting thing. Have there been reports of missing people since the fire? People that can't get in contact with family? I haven't heard anything about that. The Lydia fire. Governor Newsom posted this at 1:40 in the morning. Said that the Lydia fire is 75% containment. So I was looking at some of these fires, as I mentioned earlier. The Lydia fire, 75%, 395 acres. The Hearst fire is 37% containment, 771 acres. Kenneth fire, which is the one that they're suspecting arson, they've made an arrest. That was 35% containment, 1,000 acres. The Palisades has 6% containment. And it's freaking massive. That was updated 2 hours ago.
Just a bunch of words.
Eaton fire, 0% containment. So those are the numbers. The last numbers that I see online so far. Get some water. Breaking: California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara has issued a mandatory 1-year moratorium that will prohibit insurance companies from enacting non-renewals and cancellations of coverage for homeowners within the parameters or adjoining zip codes of the Palisades and Eaton fires in Los Angeles County, regardless of whether they suffered a loss. Moratorium will expire January 7th, 2026. The California Department of Insurance may issue a supplemental bulletin. Actually, I can put this full screen for you guys, and I can just read it. May issue a supplemental bulletin if additional zip codes are determined to be within or adjacent to a fire perimeter subject to this declared state of emergency.
Over the Kenneth?
Okay. Oh, that's I'm wondering where he's at. Is he over Kenneth or is he over the Palisades?
We get a break?
What time is the sunrise for you guys over there?
Pretty much, right? Yeah, that's what I said. So I figured we'd do like 6:10 or something.
6:59 a.m. So right now, let's see, 9 over here. 8, 7, 6. So it's 6 o'clock. So another hour maybe till daylight, I guess. So you guys got like another hour till daylight. So still dark. Now this is the video of this guy. This guy that was with a blowtorch. I wonder if it was the same dude. Let me see if I can find the guy that was arrested as well. The other guy. LA Scanner posted it. So let me show you this video. Fox has exclusively obtained a video of a man carrying a blowtorch in Woodland Hills Thursday, not far from Kenneth Fire. LAPD says the man is in custody but can't confirm any connection to any fire by the suspect. So I don't know what's up with these people going around trying to light shit up or whatever they're doing. And people out there are on high alert. There's no audio. People are pissed, man. You ain't gonna try to. These people are pissed. They're doing citizens arrest out there. Take his ass down. Yo, it looks. It's the same dude. It's the same. Let me show you the picture from yesterday. Let me download it. It's the same dude. Where is it? Here it is. I think it's the same guy. Yeah, it's the same dude. Check it out. Looks like it. Same clothes, same haircut, same complexion. Same guy. People not having it. They see you doing this stuff, they're going to take you down. We're not waiting for the cops. That's what was said yesterday, that citizens saw him and they, detained him. Get your ass down. Lay down. Not having that crap. We need to bring back asylums. That's what we need to do. Bring back asylums and put them in the asylums. Let them torch up their own bedroom and stuff in the asylum. That's crazy.
In California, several big fires continue to burn in the LA area right now. Red flag warnings are in effect through tonight. Nearly 20,000 acres have been destroyed in the Palisades fire, and the fire is only 6% contained.
We've also learned that 2 people have died in the fire. Let's get to Gigi Graciette, who's in Malibu for us with the very latest. Gigi, good morning.
Mel and Jen, good morning. Good morning, everyone. The losses are absolutely staggering, and they are not just limited to Pacific Palisades. As you mentioned, we're in Malibu today, where we've seen home after home, business after business burnt to the ground. And this morning, we're at the historic Topanga Ranch Motel here on Pacific Coast Highway across from Topanga Beach, where all the bungalows built back in 1929 by William Randolph Hearst. The state park employee residence, according to
you guys know, we're going to bail around 6:10 because they need us up for the top of the 7 and blah blah blah.
That's Stu.
We're going to try to be up before the 7 o'clock. But when I say before, it's probably going to be like 6:50 or something like that.
The scene repeats itself. House after house, business after business on both sides of Pacific Coast Highway destroyed. And with only 6% containment, the firefight is far from over. And then there are the injured. No exact number, but many are burn victims. One, a young city firefighter who suffered a serious head injury. Yesterday, there were at least 4 reports of possible human remains found in the rubble of burnt-out homes. 2 of them here in Malibu, including this one on PCH, where the medical examiner removed the remains believed to be that of the homeowner who stayed behind reportedly to try and save the house. Now, yesterday, the head of FEMA was here in Los Angeles to offer federal assistance, while President Biden committed federal funds to cover 100% of the firefighting costs. If you are a victim of any of the fires that have been happening this week in the Los Angeles area, you can now apply for federal federal assistance by going to this website, disasterassistance.gov. That's disasterassistance.gov. We're also going to have that website link on our webpage, foxla.com. Let's talk about the death toll. In all the fires, I understand it's up to 10. Here in Malibu, we have 2 confirmed, but sadly, officials tell me they expect that number to go up. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Especially as deputies continue to go house by house looking at the rubble. And we also know that if you have somebody in your life who you haven't heard from, you should report them missing to your local police precinct.
That's right. All right, everybody. Now let's get over to Maria for a check of our forecast. Good morning.
Yeah, we're, of course, monitoring the winds. The wind is the most critical component when it comes to fires and how to fight those fires. We are anticipating some good news, or at least better news, that we've had this week. The winds have started to weaken. It's still gusty at times, don't get me wrong. However, it is nowhere near what it was just a few days ago, right? Even as late as yesterday. These are...
So the winds go down a little bit. That's good too. So you guys are doing in the chat. The neighbors who detained him did an interview. Oh, they did, Leah. Do you know where? I can try to... I'd love to see that. Yeah, and the title and the thumbnail. This is the guy that was caught. I want to get some water. This is the guy that was caught. This is the same dude from last night we were talking about. This is a different angle. They're saying he had a blowtorch, and near the Kenneth fires, he was arrested, but LAPD hasn't officially said he was linked to the arson. I guess they have to find out more. But they took his ass down.
Hey, good morning, Maria. Good morning, everybody. We're taking a look at a portion of that Palisades fire that is still burning up in the Topanga State Park area. Take a look at that. That is actually a fire line, and it is, just as described, a line of fire. Now, we did see LA City Fire Department up here earlier on. Actually, they just came back. That's going to be good for us to show you guys. They have one helicopter out here doing water drops this morning, and apparently he might have just did that drop out there. But there are also crews out here, hand crews, that are making their way up and down this line, and they are starting to work on those ever so important containment numbers. Now, we're talking about 20,000 acres plus that have burned. Right now, that fire's still burning, and at night, the fire usually lays down unless we have those crazy winds, and it has this this morning, it definitely has. When I say lay down, meaning less fire activity. You can see just that little bit of line of fire. I'm going to bring that map up real quick just to give you guys an idea of those fire roads that are out here, and just, it is very, very dark down there, and you can see some of those hand crews. Those are the trucks right there, and those are filled with workers and firefighters, and they're going to be out there, and they have to physically make their way around this fire, and they are part of those containment numbers that we're talking about. So that part of the fire is actually starting to get underway. Great news, and it does look like if the winds cooperate and everything falls into place, we might have less fire to talk about as the days go on. I'm Stu up in Skyfox. Back to y'all in the studio. Copy. Yeah, well, you know what? The sooner we get on the ground, the sooner we get back up, right? Thank you.
All right.
With wildlife efforts in the area, this is one of about a dozen of these armored military vehicles that we've seen here in the area this morning. 400 guard members have now been deployed to assist law enforcement, and they're here to help with traffic control and securing these fire zones. This comes as 20 people have been arrested for looting in these evacuated areas between Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Governor Newsom approved the deployment, saying the state is using every resource to protect these communities, also warning that looting will not be tolerated. Unfortunately, it's something that we've seen in the past couple of days. Residents here have been pleading and begging for more help during an extremely difficult and heartbreaking time, as you can imagine.
I mean, right now we can use any assistance we could take because this was devastating. It's a real disaster. I know like Katrina and all that was serious, but this is probably the closest that we're going to get the experience to something like that. It's like a movie.
I thought the guy from Shark Tank, he was trying to buy it. He was trying to buy it before the ban comes. See what else we got. So we got that dude. 35% containment. Oh, and somebody mentioned this to me yesterday. Am I covering Trump getting sentenced? Not really. Well, the thing with Trump is that there's nothing. I don't think there's anything to see. Let me see. Is it just outside, or are they on the inside? Trump's being sentenced. Yeah, they're just kind of showing the outside of the court.
Well, when I say all
this is all that it is. I don't think they can be inside. It's New York, except for the exception of, I guess, Luigi. I don't know, but that's all you're gonna see. I don't think he's gonna get like any time. Anyway, I mean, I don't. What are they gonna do? He's about to be officially president. Unless they make him serve the time after he's president. I could put it on a small screen if you want to see it. I could put it on a small screen if you want to see that side, but oof, what's that? It's a dog. Yeah, no, I don't think we need to cover it. There's nothing. I mean, if you just want to sit and stare at the outside of a courtroom, But there's 8,000 people watching that, sitting outside of a courtroom. I guess they're just interested and curious. So nearly 800 prisoners are now helping to battle Los Angeles wildfires. The participating individuals get paid between $5.80 and $10.24 per day, plus $1 an hour, plus $1 an hour when responding to active emergencies. All right. So they got the prisoners out there putting in some time, getting that money, battling the fires. Unconditional dismissal. Going to be audio? That might be interesting if there's audio. Mel Gibson's house burned. Mel Gibson's $14.5 million Malibu mansion burned down while he was filming Joe Rogan's podcast. Oh, as actor recalls returning home to nothing as devastating wildfires continue to rage through LA. Wow. I wish they should have left the sprinklers on. Furious celebs vent anger as man is arrested over devastating fires. Henry Winkler recovered at Khloe Kardashian lead outrage. Khloe's pissed? Khloe! Hollywood elites are venting their anger after a man was arrested in connection over the catastrophic fires that have killed at least 10 people and consumed more than 34,000 acres. Henry was met with a waving support from fans and fellow celebs after he called for the suspected arsonist to be punished for the pain he's caused by the fires. There is an arsonist here in LA, the actor 79 wrote, in a now viral tweet. May you be beaten, you unrecognizable. The pain you have caused. Khloe Kardashian, whose famous family has donated $2,500 worth of meals to first responders, also took to Instagram stories to slam the suspected criminal. You sick mother effers! What the F is wrong with you people? Arson? May you be fully prosecuted. What scum? Ain't you the same one getting people out of prison? No, but it's people that she believes were wrongfully convicted. Investigators are considering an array of possible ignition sources. for the apocalyptic, fast-moving fires, but so far, there have been no official indicators of arson in the blaze, even though there's a guy that's arrested. Sparking utility lines, one of the most common igniters of wildfires, have not yet been identified as a cause either. So sparking utility lines. The LA Fire Department, responding to the celebrities' incendiary messages blaming foul play, told TMZ there's no way to know at this moment exactly where and how the series of fires started.
Yeah,
The investigation is underway. I think these criminals are going to be looking at this like, damn, we should start some fires. We can take over communities, rob, steal. I mean, now it's going to be a little bit harder with the National Guard out there, you know.
Copy that. Thank you.
Happy days, Tuesday, Sunday, happy days. Ba-da-ba. Chris Brown also had some suspicions, said someone starting these fires. Shit don't add up. TV personality Elizabeth Chambers also chimed in, telling her fans, feels like this is a lot more than nature. Oh, yeah, his tweet went viral. Viral. 3.2 million. There's an arsonist here in LA. And he was getting a lot of criticism. People support him, but there was people that said supposedly in the comments, tearing him up. And then somebody was arrested. Khloe Kardashian. Even Khloe, everybody's watching. Wow. Oh, by the way, apparently they made another mistake with the notifications. We'll get to that in a bit. When I find it. I'll keep you guys full screen. I wonder where Stu's going now.
Just want to wake people up.
Good morning. The LA fire is the most destructive in the U.S. history. 29,000 acres destroyed, 57 billion in economic damages, and 180,000 people evacuated. Wow. Holy wow. The fire is the size of the entire city of San Francisco.
Sky Fox to KCAL TOC on your radio. I'm going to go ahead and knock it down. We're going to be landing for fuel.
Oh, no. All right, so he's going down. I think he'll be back in a while. I think he said he wants to be back up for the top of the morning.
Of California. I did want to let you guys know at home how you can help. Fox Corporation has made a $1 million donation to the Red Cross's California wildfires relief efforts and continues to partner with the annual disaster giving program. This partnership allows the Red Cross to respond immediately to disasters, providing safe shelter, hot meals, emotional support, and recovery resources. So if you would like to help, you can scan that QR code if you just open up your smartphone and go to the camera app and hold it up to the screen and tap. It should take you to our website, or you can head to go.fox.
So this is a QR code. You can scan it if you're interested. Stu, yeah, he's going to be back up. He wanted to get back up before 7 a.m. their time. So he's refueling and he's going to get back in the air. So I'm going to leave the link open. Whenever he gets back up in the air, I'll put the chopper back on because it's pretty interesting to see. I want to see what it looks like too, daytime, what it looks like over the skies. I'm still waiting for some updates on this fire app, but from 2 hours ago, for the people that just joined, the Lydia fire is almost fully contained. It's 75% contained. It's a 395-acre fire. Hearst fire is 37% contained, 771 acres. The Kenneth fire, where this guy was arrested, 35% containment, 1,000 acres, bro. And Palisades fire, 6%, blip, little blip, 20,000 acres. It's probably more now. They haven't updated it. We've been saying 20,000 since yesterday. And Eaton fire, 0% containment, 13,700 acres. Crazy, 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 crazy. And for the new people that joined, again, this is the guy. there's some new video that was released. It just came out 4 a.m. It says Fox has exclusively obtained video of a man carrying a blowtorch in Woodland Hills, which is the same guy we were talking about last night. If you look at it side by side, there's no audio to the video, but he got a blowtorch in his hand. The citizens are done over these fires and done with these psychopaths trying to light up and start more fires. Same dude. We put it side by side. They took his ass down. Little twig ass. Little twig. Took him down. Same dude from yesterday. They haven't confirmed that he's connected to the fire, but he was arrested nearby. And Brian Enton, they're saying that they believe maybe he might be connected to the Kenneth fire. Massive damage. Luckily, they've done a good job of kind of trying to contain it because of all the aerial support.
I got 4 in the last 24 hours. Yeah.
But then here's the thing, and y'all can probably relate to this if you live in the LA County area. You got this warning about a possible evacuation last night, this morning, and then you got an error message.
It was a false alarm.
Yeah.
That's right. So we actually talked to LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath about explaining what happened here.
We were frustrated and called our Office of Emergency Management right away to get it addressed. There was a corrective notification that came out. And as you may have just heard recently at the press conference, as the sheriff said, is in addition to our Director of Emergency Management, we use technology now to communicate with all of our constituents at a time like this. And it is sincerely unfortunate that this technological glitch happened. And we know that going forward, we're going to continue to communicate with people just as people are communicating with us using technology. And we are working to make sure it doesn't happen again.
But it did. And it happened over and over and over again. So the county, this is what the message read. It said, disregard last evacuation warning. It was for the Kenneth fire only. But I mean, we're hearing from officials, you have to take these alerts very seriously. And so as soon as we got the first one, we actually started packing a go bag. Because again, you don't know if it could be in your area with the unpredictability of these fires.
Everybody's a little bit on edge.
Everyone is really on edge with this. So listen, the first thing that goes down or the first thing that can get confusing in times of crisis like this is communication. It is very important, and hopefully it doesn't happen again, but we'll have to see.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, so President Biden, meantime, is promising a massive infusion of federal aid as California battles these unprecedented wildfires that have devastated huge portions of the state.
Doug Luzader has more for us from Washington. Hey there, good morning to you.
Good morning. And, we have responses now from President-elect Trump and from the current president, Joe Biden. And a lot of this has to do, as far as the president-elect is concerned, about water resource management and disaster preparedness. And this is a long-simmering dispute that goes back to his first term. The futility of a garden hose against a wall of fire. This is what it has come to in some neighborhoods in California. And as fire crews struggle to control a number of raging fires, the losses are mounting.
1, 2, 3, 6, 7 homes just on this street.
A lot of stuff that I love is gone. That's my dad's bicycle right there, and my mom's bicycle is here somewhere.
We are with you. We're not going anywhere.
President Biden yesterday promising to help California beyond what the state is even asking for, having all U.S. taxpayers shoulder the entire cost of the disaster response.
I was talking with the governor, and he requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days.
And that extends well into President-elect Trump's time in office. At the same time, California's governor, Gavin Newsom, and L.A. Mayor Karen Bass are facing difficult questions over water management decisions and cuts to fire budgets. And the president-elect did not hold back.
But they've had horrible politicians
I think that Gavin is largely incompetent, and I think the mayor is largely incompetent, and probably both of them are just stone cold incompetent. What they've done is terrible.
President Biden, meantime, has a big briefing planned later today in the Oval Office about the federal response to those fires. Jen and Mel.
Yeah, and Doug, he is set to hold a press conference, I believe, at around 8:30 our time. I mean, as these fires grow intense, and the intensity of the fires is particularly in these areas, in Malibu and the Palisades, there's a question now of should we rethink the infrastructure itself? You know, what's the solution? Because how many fires have happened in these areas, and then how much would it cost? And is it even feasible to get more water to some of these areas?
Right. I mean, it's pretty evident that municipal water systems are just not designed to deal with the kinds of fires that you're facing out there right now. And it's a question of to what degree do you beef those up? Is it even possible to have a fail-safe system for that?
That's right.
I think there's going to be a lot of conversation about that moving forward, especially in light of what happened in the Palisades community and other communities with the lack of water.
And insurance coverage is a whole other question.
Yeah. Right. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Now over to Maria for a check of our forecast. Hello there.
Yeah, it's multi-pronged, right?
Yes.
When it comes to the problem and then also the solutions. I can tell you that we did give you quite a bit of warning. We talked about the possibility of these very strong gusty winds and the extreme nature of these winds that were coming, and sadly it did come to fruition. The good news is we are anticipating some diminishing winds as we get through the morning and afternoon hours. We're still waiting on that sun to rise, so a beautiful shot though to show you from that Long Beach camera, and kind of calm and still with those winds. This weather report brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Here's what's going on. An area of high pressure is still in control of our weather. It's just not as strong. The components in the upper levels of the atmosphere just not the same as it was a few days ago, and for the better part of this week, that area of low pressure has now pushed off to the east. So that.
Okay, so we're waiting for Stu to come back up. He's refueling the chopper, and thank you guys for joining me early morning today. If you could help me out with the like button on the stream, that really helps out. I'm going to be looking for all the big updates throughout the day as I see them coming. There's a few other things I still had too. This is wild when you think about this. The fire size of the entire city of San Francisco, covering 45 square miles. This morning, another evacuation alert apparently sent in error to LA County residents. Lord almighty. Another one? That was a big issue yesterday, and they said they were going to fix it. Oof, this was a horrible story. I set it up for later to talk about it, but horrible, horrible story. You got to be careful who you leave your kids with. This is crazy. These people are just insane. That's the word, the aid worker? Jesus. Apparently, I saw this morning too when I was scrolling. Apparently, they say Palestinians celebrate LA wildfires. I guess they're happy and ecstatic. In a chat group of 174,000 members using smiling heart and flame emojis. Really happy. Satellite image reveals the Eaton fire force that devours almost every building in West Altadena, California. You got a bunch of heart emojis, flame emojis, thumbs up. Oh, they're ecstatic. Over here too. Yeah, they're really happy. I guess, Wow. This was, like I said earlier, this was the plane damage from a drone. What is this? Lala Kent with a message regarding the devastating fires in California.
I am not into politics. I don't pretend that I know everything there is to know. I do my best to do my research, but at the end of the day, again, I can honestly say I don't know much, and I don't insert myself in conversations that I have no business being in. What I do know is I have a brain. I know that comes as a shock to some of you. I have 2 ears, and I got 2 eyes that work. And when I look around Los Angeles, when I look around many parts of California, I say, not only is something not right, but I don't like what I see. I am a registered Democrat. I would say that I am a liberal person. I also will say Newsom and Bass gotta go.
There you go. There you go. I mean, Newsom and Bass gotta go. People have a lot of different feelings. You know, some people would say, "Oh, well, they can't." Somebody said in the chat earlier, they can't control natural fires and stuff like that. But I just think people are talking about the preparation that wasn't done, and the controlled burning, and you know, all these preserves that they want to preserve, but they're not. The reservoirs and all that stuff. Alice, thank you so much for the 8. Call me an idiot. Us here, Australia. Does the US/Cal commonly experience wildfires for your winter? Is this unusual? I don't think for Cali. Cali's always have these fires. It's too late, lady, right? Bradley Martin, one of the big YouTuber, says, if my home burns down, I'm moving to Florida. No way California should have this much money and such poor management. The winds aren't a surprise every year. The fires aren't a surprise. Controlled burns and forced management, proper funding for fire departments. The politics in California are washed. But he said, if you're one of the idiots who voted blue, that would be the reason why. He said, you must not know me. And it's just really sad, man. It's really sad. Now, this lady, somebody posted this clip. They said Jessica Tarlov set the record straight on Fox, not only calling out the lie that Mayor Bass cut LA Fire Department budget. I don't know how that's a lie. There's literally a letter out with the cut. I mean, there's literally documentation. During the press conference last night, where that fire person that was standing there next to Mayor Bass was kind of put in the hot seat. She didn't deny that funding was cut, but she kind of downplayed it and said, "Oh, we weren't really affected. We redirected our sources with the defunding."
Particularly, there's also, which I think is particularly the most damaging story, which is that there was $17 million cut from the fire budget. And that's also inaccurate. So last year's budget had an extra $17 million because they bought one-off expenses. These SCBAs for respiratory protection for firefighters and new suits. Those aren't in the new budget because you buy them once every several years. Also, there's an additional $50 million that's been set aside for the fire department. And when they were doing the budget negotiations, it wasn't finished. So that money is coming. There will actually be more money in the fire budget next year. There's also, which I think is particularly the most damaging story, which is that there was $17 million.
One of my friends on Twitter says she's getting slayed. She made a post. I wonder which ivory tower she slept in last night. So Paris Hilton was, I guess she posted her, I'm standing in here in what used to be our home, and the heartbreak is truly indescribable. When I first saw the news, I was in complete shock. I couldn't process it, but now standing here and seeing it with my own eyes, it feels like my heart has shattered into a million pieces. This wasn't just a house. This house wasn't just a place to live. It was where we dreamed, laughed, and created the most beautiful memories as a family. It was where Phoenix's little hands made art that I'll cherish forever, where love and life filled every corner. To see it reduced to ashes is devastating. So, wow, look at this. I don't know if that's copyright, but God. Wow. It literally looks like a bomb really was dropped on Los Angeles, in some parts of Los Angeles.
Bonds, and would do so for 180 days. So that is going to go into President-elect Donald Trump's term. The money can be used for first responder salaries, debris removal, temporary shelters and housing and other needs. A firefighting Super Scooper aircraft, which is on loan from Canada, was hit by a drone yesterday while flying in restricted airspace, and that plane sustained damage to one of its wings. It's remaining grounded as of this morning. So again, all of this just developing here as we are still learning these new details. We are covering multiple wildfires there, and that's what's important to know is that there's many of them. And two that we've been talking a lot about are the Palisades fire as well as the Eaton fire. The Palisades fire, our latest info as of this morning, it's grown to about 20,000 acres. 20,000. It's the most destructive to ever hit Los Angeles County, with at least 1,000 structures burned. Several deaths are now being attributed to this fire as well. As we mentioned, 10 people dead this morning that we know. But the Palisades fire currently only at 6% containment right now.
They're also saying massive 5-alarm fire rips through the Bronx apartment building, leaving 7 injured, and as nearly 200 firefighters battle flames fueled by heavy winds. So even the Bronx is burning. Some apartment buildings out there. Check it out. Wow. Wow, look at that. Multiple buildings, looks like. What happened? I'm telling you, once this thing starts, once people start doing something, everybody gets encouraged. The crazies they all start lining shit up.
Department. Sunday, maybe another little burst of wind, so we're saying breezy conditions, and then by late Monday, Tuesday, some more winds. And then if you can see on the right-hand side of your screen here on Thursday, there's a 10% chance for some showers right now, and if that materializes, that would be so welcome. I'll keep you posted on that, of course, and show you a computer model where it does show that in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
Maria, thank you very much. Well, more than 20,000 acres have been destroyed in the Pacific Palisades, and the fire is only 8% contained at this time.
We've also learned that 2 people have sadly died in the fire. Let's go out to Gigi Graciette in Malibu with the latest. Gigi.
Jen and Melvin, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Law enforcement sources tell me they expect that number, the number of fatalities associated with the Palisades fire, to go up because several reports of human remains found yesterday are still being investigated. Now, we are in Malibu this time where there is so much damage, in addition, of course, to Pacific Palisades. We are at the historic Topanga Ranch Motel here on Pacific Coast Highway, built back in 1929 as a retreat for riders by William Randolph Hearst. It was acquired back in 2002 by state parks that had hoped to restore all the...
Okay, let's see what they got going on here. Try Sky News.
What we have here is Sky News analysis of infrared imagery. So effectively, we're looking at heat again. You can see how these fires grew at the same time in 2 separate locations for those really big ones. Now, LA is, of course, home to the stars. But fire is sweeping through whole areas, no matter how Paris Hilton, Billy Crystal and James Woods have been destroyed, along with hundreds of others. And other celebrities live close to the zones. Here in the hills, you've got George Lucas, Beyonce and Jay-Z, and Jennifer Aniston. Or in the area of another fire in Sunset, the home of Winona Ryder, Charlie XCX and Charlize Theron, under threat, as is the Hollywood sign itself, as are many, many more houses. Because there really is nowhere these fires do not touch. For comparison, this is a map of London. And this is what it looks like if we take the combined fire areas and superimpose those on top. You can see just how big it is. So in all, we've got 27,000 acres that have burned so far in LA, around 118 square kilometers, and the fires still continue to rage.
Tom Cheshire with that analysis. And as you heard Tom say there, one of the celebrities who has lost their home in the fires is the heiress and socialite Paris Hilton. She posted this video on social media of the moment she returned to her home found this. It was reduced to a pile of rubble and ashes. She writes that the heartbreak is truly indescribable. We will have a special programme about the fires. That's this evening at 7 o'clock here on Sky News. It'll be presented by Jane Secker, who is live in Los Angeles.
So everybody on Twitter right now, the news is kind of catching on about this post that we started with this morning about the man with the blowtorch. Man with the blowtorch. No more waiting for police. People are fed up. Whoa, that's kind of dope. This was 19 hours ago. It says China's testing the use of drones to extinguish fires. Let's see. Oh, I don't know the music. Whoa. Look at that shit. What? Might as well. All this AI technology. Why can't we do something for the fires? Ah, that's cool. Oh, Chopper. Is that Stu? Is he back out?
Okay.
Who is that? Somebody else. He got replaced. I was going to say something funny, but I don't want to offend you. DEI Stu. Is there somebody else out there? I'm here today. Good morning. Yeah. Up in the skies, man. Where's this over? Is this Palisades, maybe? China. True. GV. GVid, that's true. Got the drones up in the air with no water. All right, let me see what else. I'm glad we got some chopper view. I'm trying to find a source for that.
And he do the news channel, El Iglesias, so he do the news channel, so they started screaming. So I seen it, and I said, you know what? We are food vendors, let's take some food. So we brought two hot dog cars, and we got like 600 hot dogs. So that day we gave like 600 hot dogs to the fire department. Whoever came, honestly, it was open for whoever was affected or whoever was hungry.
And what are your thoughts now seeing how this has blossomed? Because you said it started with just your 2 hot dog carts, and now you've got this grill. There are so many donations. What are your thoughts?
It's very amazing that how the community could get together and help out, and what TikTok could do. It's, if it wasn't because of TikTok, honestly, I don't even know if this would have been possible. So it's been really, really great. I get emotional, so if you hear me stop, it's because I'm...
Wombat's back at it. Damn, I put you on timeout for a little bit. You waited all this time?
I've heard some really difficult stories from people.
Damn.
Excuse me? Sorry. Excuse me?
Put him on time for like 30 minutes.
I imagine you've heard some really difficult stories from people.
So I heard a lot of stories. I mean, people lost their home, 45 years living there. There was somebody that lost their pet, dogs. We heard story to story. There was a young kid that told me he lost all his Christmas stuff.
Oh.
So that... It's sad, it's sad.
What do you guys think? Let's do a poll. Should TikTok go?
Obviously a very emotional morning for a lot of people here.
Let's do a poll. Should TikTok go? Should TikTok be banned? The Shark Tank guy's trying to buy it out. I don't know what happened with that. I don't know. I'll tell you what. I don't let my kid use TikTok. She asked about it. She said one of her friends, one of her cousins, even younger than her, it's crazy, is on TikTok. I think the other little girl's on Snapchat too. I don't know what the hell. Hell nah. You know what I'm saying? Like what? Hell nah. Did they lose the signal? Oh man. I would love the feed for that chopper. I'm trying to find it.
Truly what it's like and what these people are really going through that have lost so much, and these poor kids. That kid in Susan Hirastuna's story that said this was the chimney that Santa came down.
Oh, I got a feed. Oh no, that's over.
Just think some good thoughts. If you're somebody who prays, say some prayers. If you're not somebody who prays, just to think some sort of positive thought or beam some energy out to all these people.
We always evoke Fred Rogers, right? When we talk about things like this, and
look for the helpers. The helpers are always there.
When he would see horrible things happen on the news, he would just say, "Look for the helpers." That's right.
Yep.
Because you will always find them.
That's right.
And you will, and thank God that number is bigger than the ones who decide to take advantage of other people and to go into some of these properties and start looting.
100%. And when we talk to our kids and we try to, explain what's happening, we don't have the answers certainly, but we focus on the helpers and try to direct our energy that way. If you can, also the power of prayer and the power of thought is strong in my department for sure, because we are.
So that Trump hearing is happening. To my knowledge, there is no audio.
Frankly, Diane,
there's no audio. They have live feed of the outside. So I mean, when they update it and tell us what the sentencing is, I'll mention it. But you're not missing out on anything. Let's see. Chopper. Weather.
Good morning, everyone. Traffic sponsored by Morgan & Morgan. Want to bring your attention back to the fire zone. Stay away, avoid these locations, and the closures do continue, especially in and around the Palisades fire. PCH still closed in both directions from Malibu Canyon Road all the way to Santa Monica at the McClure Tunnel. Also, Topanga Canyon Boulevard from Mulholland all the way to PCH also closed until further notice. Please be safe out there. And here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident,
Morgan & Morgan. Let me see. This watch app has still not updated. It's been 2 hours. Let me try the Fire Aware. Fire. Is it called Fire Aware? Something like that. Wildfire Aware. Let's see what's going on. Maybe they have more updates. Let's say this. That is still outdated. 20,000 acres, Palisades, Kenneth Fire. Man, what's that lady's name? I want to see. Oh, we got. Oh no, damn it! I keep getting excited. I keep getting old video feed. Courthouse hallway, outside courthouse. Maybe they will have audio. Oh, no, it's the hallway audio. ABC 7? You guys in the sky?
Something, but police are now saying that person ended up being arrested for an outstanding warrant unrelated to the active fires. So there are no suspects right now.
No way.
Residents describe how intense it was when the hillside went.
Hold on, can we rewind that? So they say, oh, I can't. They don't have DVR
We
on.
need to go. So we all start packing. He's still out here. 5 minutes from there, we got 4 planes. We got another helicopter. We've got 12 tankers coming up the street.
You kind of psychologically prepare yourself, but no matter how much you psych yourself up, when it comes down to it, your heart's pounding 100 miles an hour, and you are just racing to get what you can.
And just a couple moments ago, I spoke with a neighbor who lives right next door to this trailhead. He said the firefighters did an amazing job up in the air and on the ground, and they were able to put most of it out very quickly. Although they were putting it out and although they were able to get back into their homes, he said he just couldn't sleep last night, understandably, right? He said once you see flames right next to your home like that, once you're evacuated like that, you can't really get over it. You can't really go back to normal living, at least for now, until you really know that you're in the clear. Reporting live in West Hills, Tony Cabrera, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, it has rattled nerves across Southern California. Of course, those emergency alerts, everybody was getting didn't help either. All right, Tony, thanks for that report. Well, a lack of rain, unprecedented winds, and very low humidity, the perfect combination for this destructive and historic wildfire disaster.
That's right. The National Weather Service explains this particular windstorm may not be categorized as a Santa Ana after all.
But what developed was more of a strong northerly wind event, extreme northerly wind event.
Could we categorize this as a Santa Ana now?
I generally think of Santa Ana as having a very strong easterly component for a northeast wind event. I would classify. We don't have a name for it except a northerly wind event.
In terms of California's climate, is it changing? Is this an event that we can move forward and consider a possibility again in the near future?
When we issue a particularly dangerous situation, that's usually a 5 to 10 year event, and yet here we've issued 3 of them in the past 3 months, and all 3 of them worked out. So it does seem like the hotter Earth is generating more and more extreme weather for everybody.
Climate change.
You know, we got really deep into the synoptics, which you just couldn't air right now in this particular piece, but we'll probably do a longer piece. And what's so interesting about this wind event is how it crested over the mountains, became more of a turbulent wind event that maybe a pilot would experience up in the air, but was pressed down against the surface of our Earth, and not just in some wind-prone Santa Ana areas, but all across Southern California. So the expanse.
It's very mixed. It's very mixed. So 660 votes. 55% say yes, ban TikTok. 45% say no. Ooh, okay.
Extended period of time.
Awful
I can't remember them being on the ground that long in a
It's banned on all government devices in Australia.
Yeah,
and we're going to expect more extreme weather events.
More extreme weather. Now, the reason why it's particularly interesting to whether we call it a Santa Ana or not is that really, when we consider Santa Anas, most people know that they live in a Santa Ana wind corridor. But what had just occurred, it was so many communities dealing with this particular wind event, and that's why it is of importance. Because if we see another one, what could that mean for any community in Southern California? Are any of us living in a safe area? I mean, that's really the big question. So more depth, we'll dive into that a little bit deeper, probably later on into the weekend or next week. But here's what we're dealing with as we are approaching the weekend. There are bits of good news here. We are looking outside right now over into areas of Burbank. You're seeing a lot of haze. So fortunately, we still have to talk about poor air quality across Southern California, hazardous air quality. 49 degrees out there in Burbank. And if you are traveling out towards LAX, you can see that the haze is there too. Now, this should be a very sunny, clear day for the exception, or with the exception of those smoky air that we're seeing across regions from Pasadena, stretching all the way down to Long Beach. Malibu, you're in there too. And then you're into the South Bay. Now, we are looking at the South Bay as one of the places that really the winds are kind of driving in your direction. So I just think that air quality is going to get worse for you today. The good news is that we're not seeing as hazardous of air quality as yesterday, which is a great indicator that there's just not a lot of smoke being produced, or at least not as much as we saw even just yesterday. So the expectation is with the winds that are really going down, firefighters are beginning to get a good handle on some of these fires.
Biden says feds to cover 100% of costs for initial LA fire recovery. What happened in North Carolina?
It's the good news. Orange County and the Inland Empire, you both have now exited your high wind warning, at least category. Now you're back towards high wind warnings for the foothill communities. And unfortunately, right near that.
All right. Grant Cardone said, join me in a class action lawsuit against Newsom in LA County for incompetence, neglect, and knowingly putting California homeowners and businesses at risk. Democrats and Republicans unite to make this wrong right.
And water to Elon Musk is attempting to go to Mars, and we can't get pressure and water to a hydrant. We have plentiful water. We're on the Pacific. There's endless amounts of water right there available. And they cut the budgets on the fire department. This is not a new problem, by the way. They're going to try to make this out to be a climate warming agenda.
Yeah.
But for 35 years, you have Santa Ana winds, low humidity, and fires in California, hundreds of them. This was just mismanagement, a lack of priorities. Newsom should resign himself, or the California people should evict him from office immediately.
Damn. A lot of people upset. Not happy about this. Still waiting on Sky News. Oh no, the same people? What the? Oh, because it's Fox. Still Fox.
It's just so extraordinary. Then, of course, you got the parents and the guardians who are trying to reconcile their own emotionality and also hold the space for their children.
Yeah.
It's a lot. And words just seem inadequate.
Yeah.
You know?
All right. Thank you to our Fox 11 LA team again, giving such great reporting there.
They're saying another video. Let's see. Be careful, people starting fires in Los Angeles. Let's take a look. Oh, that's just, there's more video. More videos come out of this dude with the blowtorch. Get on the ground. Look at him. You saw him right there? They're kind of surrounding him. They're right there.
He started the West Hills fire because that was started at a parking lot. He's going to come over here and light up this area.
Oh my gosh. No, this is crazy. I can't even believe it. Because I'm like
a 30-year-old guy, you know.
Crazy. Because I'm like, how does a fire jump literal cities?
I know. I can understand there, but all the way over
exactly.
to West Hills,
that doesn't make any sense. Okay.
All right.
Thanks for letting me know, guys.
Yeah.
Lock him up. Beat his ass and lock him up. Wow. So that's a new more video that's coming out. Okay. Injured pets.
Donations to help provide the animals with emergency care. And of course, we're probably going to see more animals injured too in the days ahead. And we'll have your 7 on 7 coming up right after the break.
When everybody's running away from the fire, these guys run right towards it. They save my house, and they save a lot of people's houses, and so I can't thank these guys enough.
Give your home a fresh look for the new year.
Hush money. Oh, we got Chopper now?
That's right, another structure fire out here in the Palisades.
Finally.
Amidst all of the destruction, this is in one of those areas where the neighborhood is gone. All around it stood the rec center, the Palos Verdes Rec Center. Now that building is on fire, but it also kind of gives you an idea of how long those embers can stay and just kind of stay there until a little bit of breeze hits it the right way, and then it turns into a structure fire. That building right there was okay until now. Fire department here on scene. You see some firefighters there on the ground. I don't know if they're actively fighting those flames right now, but it does show you how easily something can just go from an ember to a structure fire. Again, this is happening in the Palos Verdes area, right in one of those neighborhoods that is leveled from that fire that's been burning since about Monday or so. Let's get a little bit of a wider shot right here, show you what's going on. Still a huge plume of smoke. Most of that fire has made its way well up into the mountains and the hillsides up here. Earlier in the morning, we were taking a look at some of those hot spots. It's all the way into the Topanga State Park area. Now, they are starting to actively fight those flames up here in this area as well. That's the last of the actual active fire, and I'm sure they're going to get a real handle on that today, even with the lighter winds that are happening. But it's still putting out a lot of smoke, and in that smoke always are going to be some embers. Again, though, this is in the Pacific Palisades area. This is one of the spots that they're asking you to stay out of right now. It's in the evacuation zone, but it does show you how something small like an ember can turn into something much bigger once again. That rec center on fire out here in the Palisades area. I'm Stu up in Skyfox. Back to you all in the studio.
Yes, we do want to reinforce that this is the Palisades area. Yes,
Palisades.
but that just goes to show you that, yes, as you mentioned, one ember can just spark a whole blaze like that all over again.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, everybody, if you would like to support this
Okay. I wish I could find live for Stu. Camera. Let me see if Sky News. Let me see. Sky News was showing it earlier. They're not doing it yet. Hello? Okay. Commercials, ads.
They're in break right now. Our top story, of course, staying on everything going on in California. But I also did want to just give you this live look right now as we are following other weather across the country. And this is a live look right now out in Atlanta as a powerful winter storm moved into metro Atlanta and North Georgia today, bringing snow, sleet, freezing rain, and hazardous road conditions. A winter storm warning is in effect until Saturday morning with significant disruptions expected. This is all coming from our Fox 5 storm team out of Atlanta. And again, our top of mind story being those fires, but I did just want to show you we're keeping an eye on everything else going on across the country right now because the South is getting this snow. It's not just Atlanta, it's also the Dallas area as well. But for Atlanta, I did just want to read you a few more key points as we wait for our Fox LA coverage to come back from commercial break. Snow of 2 to 4 inches is predicted north of Interstate 20 if you are from that area, with up to 6 inches in extreme North Georgia. Metro Atlanta could see up to 3 inches of snow and a 1/4 inch of ice. And you can already see from this live image we are giving you of Atlanta right now, that snow already coming down. Driving is going to be dangerous, of course. Slick roads, potential power outages due to ice on the trees and power lines. Residents are advised to avoid travel and keep emergency supplies ready. I also did want to show you this other live look that we have in here because you heard me mention the Dallas area as well and Texas, and this is a live look that we are giving you. I do want to read you just a little bit about what we know from our Fox 4 Dallas team right now. Hundreds of flights in and out of Dallas-Fort Worth and Love Field are canceled for today. Maybe if you're traveling, you've probably already heard the news, but the winter weather is still causing quite a few of these cancellations and delays at both of those airports. The problem is not nearly as bad as yesterday, however. But what we know, again, from our Fox 4 team, the winter weather that moved through North Texas yesterday is having an impact on travelers into at least today. According to flight tracking website FlightAware, more than 400 flights to and from Dallas-Fort Worth Airport were canceled for today. So that's 19% of all flights at the airports. That's a pretty significant chunk there of flights that have been impacted. This story is very similar at Dallas Love Field, where 96 flights or 18% of the schedule there are canceled as well. Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport has the most cancellations of any airport.
I wonder what time the TikTok hearing is. TikTok. TikTok, don't stop. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I forgot I was supposed to check Twitter. TikTok hearing today, Trump's hearing today. Lots of stuff happening today.
Looks at all of the devastation. They've been doing live interviews. Let's head over and listen in.
It's not only indescribable, it's unidentifiable. But you know what we didn't lose? We didn't lose the heart, and we didn't lose the soul, and we didn't lose the natural beauty. And those are the things that we need to rebuild.
Welcome to Good Day LA at 7 o'clock. I'm Melvin Robert. We continue our these multiple fires are burning all across Southern California, and we're continuing our coverage.
This is a live look right now from Sky Fox showing the true extent of the destruction in the Pacific Palisades. I mean, home after home.
Unbelievable.
Block after block. Destroyed right down to the coast even. Stu, you were showing us these images for the first time yesterday, and when we first saw them through the haze and through the smoke, I think everybody collectively, our hearts sank.
Oh, definitely. And, it was one of those moments when, you do news and you think to yourself, we're ready for anything. We've seen it all. What can possibly shock us? And when I saw this yesterday, I was definitely shocked. We're going to show you some of that neighborhood and also maybe even the path of that fire. Not sure which direction it went, but we can tell you that they were talking about Chautauqua Boulevard quite a bit yesterday, or when that fire started, and I think it started over here in this area, and then those high winds pushed it into this very, very populated area in the Pacific Palisades. And look at that, block after block after block, homes after home after home destroyed. And then you've got the village portion right there as well. Those flames must have ripped through this area at a rate that even the firefighters could not slow or even stop. And then it made its way over almost to the coast area. Right there is what the Pacific Palisades, that's a rec center. This is a new fire that just popped up today, and it also kind of shows you how those embers can just sit for days and days and days, but then all of a sudden they'll start popping, and then there's going to be a little bit of a fire. The fire department there, they are going to work on that, but you can see that path of destruction. Some of those homes saved, but over here in this neighborhood, the devastation kind of moved a little bit to the west, and it took out that neighborhood right there. It made it all the way down to the coast, and we've heard Gigi talking about it made it its way into the Malibu. We can't see into Malibu because of that smoke, but I can show you right there. That's going to be Pacific Coast Highway, and then as you make your way up to the west down this direction right there, more areas. These were entire neighborhoods wiped out. I believe that that's going to be the mobile home park, that one that you see right there by the beach. That one, there's nothing standing there at all. All these folks, they are going to be without homes, and the numbers just keep climbing and climbing the structures, and they're still making sure they're going through. We do see the fire department down there, and the question also is we've been talking about it. We hope that it doesn't, but the death rate, it might climb. There might be some more people that did not make it out, and they're just somebody's, waiting to find out, hey, I haven't heard from, and they're going to make some phone calls. I'm hoping that is not the case, but this neighborhood right here, I could not imagine what it was like when this was on fire and how quickly this must have just ripped through.
They're saying, too, that a 2.5 earthquake felt in the San Francisco Bay Area. Wow.
The smog or the smoke from the Eden fire is actually what was blocking a lot of our view yesterday. Today, most of the smoke that we're seeing is actually from the Palisades fire that continues to burn up on the hillside. It's made its way into the Topanga State Park area, but I would consider to say it is pretty light out there, and hopefully, as far as the fire goes, and hopefully they'll be able to get a handle on it as soon as they really get into that firefight this afternoon. And of course, the lighter winds, that's going to be the biggest help for all. But again, this is something that is the only thing that I can even compare it to would have been the Paradise fire that happened up north. But I believe that even this fire has more structures and has affected more people just here in the Pacific Palisades area.
Between the homes and the businesses, Stu, you really wonder what percentage of the Palisades has been destroyed.
As far as the Palisades go by themselves, you can kind of get a wider shot. It is a little smoky, and I do know more about what we're really looking at. I would say 40%. 40% is gone of the actual Palisades area, or the Palisades where there's people living, because it actually goes up into the hillsides as well. There it gets a little bit more sporadic. There's home here that's saved and a home destroyed. But the Palisades, when you talk about the village area, this is this part right here, and this is a neighborhood, and wow. This is block after block after block, and all the homes are gone.
Just stunning images there, Stu. Thank you. And as we were saying, over 20,000 acres have been destroyed in the Palisades fire, and the fire right now, as it stands, is 8% contained.
We've also learned that 2 people have died in the fire. We're going to get out to Gigi with the latest. Good morning.
Melvin and Jen, it's important to note that the damage, the death, the destruction isn't only limited to Pacific Palisades. We're in Malibu this morning. Take a look at the sunrise, and take a look at the sunrise behind what we imagine was once a home, a staircase now, 3 floors. leading to absolutely nothing. Just part of the devastation that we're seeing here on Pacific Coast Highway. And that gorgeous sunrise stands in stark contrast to the devastation, the destruction, home after home after home. And in the ocean, you won't be able to make it out, but there are pieces of people's houses floating in the Pacific Ocean this morning. And on it goes down the coastline. And on the other side of Pacific Coast Highway, obviously this is where the Palisades fire jumped PCH, something the firefighters desperately tried to prevent. On the other side, on the mountainside, the hills, there is a lot of devastation also. So once again, the city of Malibu, the area of Malibu hit hard with so much loss. We see garages just collapsed. We see cars. We're going to ask photographer Tony Butita to show you some of the cars, just the metal carcass of the cars just sort of hanging off of PCH. We imagine they were once in a driveway. The driveway then collapsed, and now they're almost at sea level, and the water is just hitting out of this rubble, and the rubble continues to smolder. You mentioned the death toll now. The Palisades fire is up to 2. Yesterday, though, there were 4 cases of human remains found, 2 of them in Altadena, 2 of them here in Malibu in the rubble of a home. Firefighters and the medical examiner removing those human remains that reportedly belonged to the homeowner who stayed behind trying to...
Okay, so a couple of things. I wasn't able to find like a direct feed for the chopper, which is unfortunate. I'm going to keep an eye out. But epic Adam Carolla rant from a hotel after the LA wildfires forced him to evacuate from his home. All right, so Adam Carolla, I haven't watched this. I guess he snapped.
The guys who lost their $20 million homes on the ocean side of PCH will be knee deep in the permit process. They will be trying to pull permits when the guys in the Winnebagos will have been back for months before those guys ever get a permit. As a matter of fact, good fucking luck. Because here's the deal. Alan Hamill and Suzanne Summers moved because they could not get a permit to rebuild their home of 40 years on the ocean on PCH, right? So here's what's going to happen. Let me just give you guys a little primer of what's going to happen. You know how Bill Maher seems real conservative now when he's like arguing with Jane Fonda about regulations, too many regulations, like strangling everything? Because remember, when Bill Maher tried to put solar in his house in Beverly Hills, that's when he turned against the government, because he saw what the government and the overreach of government and overregulation does. He got strangled. It took him 3 years to build a solar shack. He had a whole countdown on his show, day 1,000 since I've got my permit for my solar. He turned. Okay.
Hey, Julie.
The people who live in Malibu, who live in Santa Monica, who live in the Palisades, those are some of the most progressive blue voters in the world, or in the United States. They are a bastion of blue. So what those guys did is, all the people in the Palisades, I checked it out. It's about 80% blue, 80% progressive, 80% Democrat. Now, these pussies are all sitting around crying about Karen Bass, water pressure, how come the forest wasn't cleared of all the brush, what's happening with the infrastructure. You guys all voted for Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. You all voted for Gavin Newsom. And now you fucking get what you get. Oh, now that your house is on fire, well, now you're thinking about something else. Now you want to know what's going on. What's going on around here? You didn't give a shit about what was going on when other people's houses were on fire.
Damn, I don't know. I mean, I do feel like a lot of these people, when it comes to the border and all sorts of stuff too, they don't really care because they're not directly affected. But then when it directly affects them, it's like they're pissed. Like when people are at your doorstep and stuff, or when they've done those parody or those skits where it's like they drop these people off at their doorstep, and then it's like, oh shit. There was even a skit from Nelk Boys Well, where they let me see that was so funny. It was funny, but it was true. They pretended it was like some illegal immigrants or whatever, and they were walking around and they were like, "Oh, do you support this?" And they're like, "Yeah." Like, okay, great. We have these 10 guys that need a place to stay. Let's bring them in. And they just weren't having it. They were not having it. They were kind of like their brains couldn't even process what was going on. It was so funny. I don't know if I could find it. Ah, man, I don't know where it's at. At the moment in time, it was really. Okay, is this one clip? This is one clip, I guess. Let me see. Not the one I was looking for, but let me see.
So you would do anything for like all the illegals
I think
and
we
stuff?
have to be fair.
Guys, this is great. I think we found a new home for you guys.
What guys?
There you go.
They brought a bus.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yo!
Oh, this is all the immigration. They're gonna move into your house.
They are
Yeah.
not.
What do you mean? You just said you wanted to support everyone though.
Okay, that I don't.
No, they're
Guys,
not
we
violent.
got a
They're
new
not
house.
violent. They're good. They're
Oh no,
like
hop it! Like just like you guys did before.
Thank you very much.
Can they stay for dinner? Wait.
Sorry.
Well, we have your signature. You guys got to drive back down south.
Back to home.
That's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't wish suffering on anybody though. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I get what he's saying.
Fire, but now you care. So here's what's going to happen. All these people who were deep blue Democrats are now going to have to pull a permit to rebuild.
Yeah,
and they're going to
true.
get the
That's true.
28-year-old bitch from the Coastal Commission telling them to go fuck off. And then they're going to vote for Trump or whoever's Trumpian next. You see, they're going to get turned. They're going to get turned hard because, as I've always said, live in the rent control apartment in Santa Monica, fine, good. We know how you vote. Go deal with the city. Try to pull a permit. These are going to be thousands of homes, super wealthy people, and these people don't want to live in Van Nuys. They like it where they are. They love Malibu. They love the Palisades. They love Santa Monica. There's going to be a whole bunch of rich people, and they're going to go, I'm rebuilding, and I want to rebuild as fast as I can. And between the part where they go in to the planning commission and plan check and initially and try to pull a permit to the time the first load of lumber, the first load of 2x4s is dropped off on their lot where their house formerly stood, it's going to be 3 years. And 1,000 permits and 1,000 arguments and 1,000 discussions with the Coastal Commission, not to mention little tidbits that they didn't think about, like Carson Daly. You want a
consequences
swimming
for his
pool?
actions.
Yep.
Last year, a jury
Gotta be
convicted
double
the
hold.
president.
Really? Yeah. Well, why? Well, what if water leaches out and gets into the groundwater table? Carson Daly had to build a swimming pool like a modern day oil tanker. Had to put like a double hold. That's all right. It'll just cost $500,000 for a swimming pool. Like that, they're going to be, when they start getting the regulation, they're going to go nuts. And when they start running into the bureaucracy and the red tape, they're going to start going nuts, and they're going to vote for Rick Caruso next time because they want to get. That's all Trump says is we're going to pull back the regulations. We're going to free people up. They're going to find out. They're going to get bit by their own snake. They're going to convert. I am telling you, these are the bluest people on the planet, and they're going to be fucking ripshit pissed when the city and the Coastal Commission tell them to fuck off. And by the way, I don't think the Coastal Commission is going to okay anyone rebuilding any of their houses on the coast because they say they're in the business of protecting the coast. They're in the business of getting you to leave. They will get their wish, which is no buildings. And they're going to make it hard for everyone. And then we're going to have to restructure the whole thing.
That's interesting. Interesting. Adam Carolla snapping. Kind of snapping. I mean, I think it's weird that when people don't want, you're not allowed to criticize these people in the leadership position. Like, people get angry and upset. I don't understand why. Somebody left me a comment the other day, and I think they live in Cali. I think you would be upset. They seem more upset with me than the leadership and all the stuff that's happening over there. But some people agree with them. So not everybody feels like that. But there's a lot of people that are frustrated with what's going on and what's happening. I have another video clip, and McGinnis sent me this. And they say tragic. California government facing scrutiny over LA wildfires. Let's check it out. I don't know why I put in a shopping cart. What is this?
The California fires rages on as Governor Gavin Newsom is scolded for failing to listen to the warnings before the blaze took hold.
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one building another. Governor, please tell me, what are you going to do with the president?
We're getting resources to help rebuild.
Why is there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
to
everything
fill the
I can.
hydrants. I would fill them up personally. You know that.
Joining me now is Brad versus Everyone podcast host Brad Palumbo. Brad, thank you for joining me. Explain to us just how badly authorities screwed up over there.
Well, it's just take your pick. It's really a disgrace what's happening there because you've got the mayor of Los Angeles overseas in Ghana on some sort of Biden administration diplomatic trip. Then you've got Gavin Newsom hitting the streets here and trying to call Biden repeatedly, but can't get through. Needs Elon Musk's Starlink to help him out, I think. But the real thing is it's really tragic what's happening in our country and to our fellow citizens right now. But the bigger picture questions that need to be answered are about California's pretty extreme green policies, about forest management and about kind of environmentalistic goals where they've prioritized things like protecting certain species and the number of trees over the kind of burning that people say is necessary to prevent these kinds of fires. There will be a huge kind of unpacking of everything that's happened that needs to happen, but I don't think they're covering themselves in glory right now.
No, well, that's very clear. And look, I've got to say the fire department's DEI policies, that doesn't help either. Have a listen to this ad that they put out.
You want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
What on earth, Brad? I've got to say, does it fill you with much hope, does it, in the event of a fire?
What a sick clown show. I mean, on the ground over there in LA, we've got lots of members of the fire department just working heroically around the clock right now. And we don't really know, I'll say enough now to say, oh, they do a good job or a bad job. But we are learning that the departments over there have been infected with DEI insanity, like whatever the heck we just watched. I mean, first off, I don't care what my firefighter looks like. I care if they can save my life from the burning flames. I don't care what box they check off on the census, and I don't think most Americans do either. And two, she's like shaming the man who needs to be helped. That's your job. You have to be able to carry a grown man. And if you can't, I don't care how many identity categories you check off, you shouldn't be a firefighter, and you shouldn't be one if you're shaming people because they've gotten themselves into the situation. It's a real doozy.
Literally, I couldn't care less what they look like as long as you save people from a fire. I mean, it boggles the mind, Brad, that this is where we are in 2025. Now, look, we've got to talk about the funeral for Jimmy Carter because, boy, did it descend into a comedy skit of sorts. Firstly, in this video, you can see here, Kamala.
Okay, move on from that. Let's take a look what this guy's here saying.
Taken our role in our community is to help the animals, obviously. And so we've taken in.
Well, I kind of want to hear what this guy's saying here real quick on the right-hand side. Hold on. What is he saying?
The people here, you know, it's just so great to have something like this. Y no tienes la oportunidad de regresar a tu casa, no? He hasn't been able to go back.
No, es solo ceniza. Como dice la Biblia, polvo eres, polvo te convertirás. No hay nada. No hay nada.
Nothing left.
No, he has not been able to go back, and they don't have anything at all. Y tienes un plan. I know, you know, tienes familia que puede ayudar a tu familia. Do they have family?
Sí, ahorita desgraciadamente estoy ahí con mi hermana viviendo ahorita, pero pues lo...
Wow.
Over 400 pets so far, most of whom
pets.
have been displaced by people evacuating from their homes in the path of this fire.
Tell us about the shelter. Tell us about the animals you look after in normal times.
Well, in normal times, we have dogs, cats, other companion animals. We've had to rescue a lot of unusual animals for us. We've had to help assist with horses being transported away from the fire zone. A pig who was one of our colleagues' pets or our neighbors.
All right, so they're saying breaking President Trump was sentenced in the hush money case to an unconditional discharge release with no restrictions, a sentence that includes neither jail time nor restriction. So that's what it's kind of like. You're not missing out on anything. They're posting, like, maybe they'll post video later. I don't know. They're posting like pictures and stuff, but there was really nothing to watch besides the outside of the courthouse and the courthouse hallway. But for the people that were interested in that, they've already talked. Like, this was something that they've said. I read it in an article a while back. I don't know, a week ago or something. This was pretty much going to be the outcome: unconditional discharge, release with no restrictions, a sentence that includes neither jail time nor any other restriction. So for those that were curious about that, and he appeared in court virtually, so he wasn't even there. I think maybe people thought he was going to walk through the doors or something. He was there virtually. So that's what's going on with that.
Come reclaim their pets, but some folks just won't have a home to go back to. So, it's pretty rough.
I think the other thing in the meantime is, as we were hearing from Luis just now, is not only are you trying to do your job, I'm sure you're thinking about plenty of other people that you know and love who are caught up in this situation. So it must be very, very difficult to focus on one thing while worrying about others.
It is. I think we all kind of get through our days here compartmentalizing and really focusing on, the animals are coming in, what care we can provide for them. But I just found out last night that a friend of mine who I've known for 25 years maybe lost her home. Thankfully, her cats were able to be evacuated, but it's just heartbreaking.
No, it genuinely is heartbreaking to hear.
Somebody said Tim Young said the LA police arrested climate change for starting the wildfires. And they show the picture of this guy. Oh my God. Bruh. There's his flamethrower or whatever that is. But they said supposedly they haven't officially connected him, so I don't know. And then some other live we were listening to earlier this morning for the news, they said something like he had a warrant out for his arrest, but I don't know. The citizens said that he was trying to start a fire, and this was near the one of those fires. What's it called? The Kenneth Fire. He was near the Kenneth Fire, and he had this flamethrower thing or blowtorch, and they brought his ass down to the floor and called the cops.
Might be time to up sticks and move somewhere a bit safer.
I think for most of us, of course, the thoughts crossed our minds, but, you really can't beat a 70-degree Fahrenheit day in January. So the draw of, the weather, this California lifestyle keeps a lot of us, like myself, who I'm an East Coast transplant. I've been here for 25 years now, and I love it. There's so much beauty here and so many great folks, and our lives are here.
Well, look, in normal times, I'm sure that warmth is welcome. I can tell you it's pretty freezing here in the UK right now. So, look, at least you've got a T-shirt on. It could be a lot worse. But appreciate your time, Kevin. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
This guy, remember last night too, somebody had mentioned, I was kind of surprised to hear this. Somebody mentioned that Las Vegas has like this gas issue because of California. So people are freaking out. The gas stations are all backed up and stuff.
Well, I can confirm that the city of Las Vegas X page put out a notice about an hour after I put out my post about the news I got from a friend of a friend at Metro that stated that they were going to fuel up their squad cars to make sure that they're prepared in the event that there's something wrong with the pipeline and the fires from California. It's speculation that there is a problem with the fires and the pipeline coming from California, but it's definitely plausible, or they just need the fuel for firefighting efforts. I don't know, but there is definitely a run on gas here in Las Vegas. As you can see, long lines. Woo. Every gas station right now is about 5-10 cars deep. But city officials said that they have enough for emergency services and they have a fuel reserve in town. But whenever people buy like this and people fill up their 5-gallon gas jugs and everything for backup, there's not a lot to go around. So just get what you need. It's not like we gotta get out of Dodge, at least not yet.
Anytime there's some kind of scare, people go crazy. I understand going to get gas, but people not only get gas for themselves, they start putting it in containers and just gluttony, filling everything up that they can. It's crazy. We got some chopper feed. I don't know where this chopper... Oh. I'm not sure where this is at. Got some chopper feed. Amazing! Everybody's talking about the blowtorch guy. We were here early this morning talking about it. What else we got? What else we got today? Let me check if the fire website updated, because I've been trying to see if they updated it. By the way, influencer blasted for posing in front of LA wildfires. Oh, Instagram influencer Alicia Van Skeever, faced outrage after posting a catwalk video as homes burned behind her. Backlash was swift, prompting Van Skeever to delete the post. So she over here doing the whole... They want to get mad at me because I made my commentary. This chick over here dancing and twerking to the fire in the background. Where's the outrage on that? Yo. The heck?
There's some flame on the left there.
I should go leave the link. I don't remember the person that left me the comment, but I would go post the link to this.
Down in there? The flash check? Remember, I can't see it. Oh, yeah.
Some fires, baby. Let me see what else I can find while we watch the fire. All right. Oh yeah, let me check the fire website first. Let's see if we got some updates yet. 5 minutes ago, finally. Okay, we got some type of update. So the Palisades fire was updated to 20,438 acres, 0.2. And from 6%,
not going any further west, that'd be great.
From 6% containment to 8%. So 2% extra. The Eaton fire looks the same, almost 14,000 acres, 0% containment. Hearst fire is the same, 37% containment. Lydia fire, same thing, 75%. Nothing new there. Kenneth fire, 35%. So not many updates really, besides the Palisades updated slightly.
That's correct.
Okay.
Done it.
I go over here twerking for the fire. People's houses burning and shit. More tweets about Gaza. So they're saying some Palestinians are celebrating the fires, the houses burning down. I'll just show you here a second. More comments. Justice for Gaza. Remember Gaza. Let me see what else they say here. It's not that much horrible as Palestine is suffering from. Hollywood become firewood. So, you know, I guess the saying, hurt people, right? A little bit of Gaza for America. A lovely gift for the new year. So they're literally celebrating this shit. Hey, oh yeah, Allah Hamadullah can feel it in the Gaza. Praise be Allah for the blessing of Islam. They're saying this is a blessing. Allah brought this upon LA. Rest in peace, LA. What goes around comes around. And the interesting and ironic thing about this is that, given the demographics and political demographics, as well as one of the Adam Carolla guy said, these are the same people that support these people. Isn't it crazy? Now they're cheering on. These people are cheering on their demise. The snake eating its head, right? The snake eating itself, whatever the saying goes. But we call it justice. Gaza, remember, free Palestine. So it's because of child killing in Gaza. So they're saying it's redemption or payback or karma. Looks like Gaza without the dead bodies everywhere. I mean, it's horrible what's happening out there. You know, all those people, kids, and all those people dying, all the death out there, you know. Allah is sufficient for us. Normal day of Gaza. Allah Akbar. Look, 2,000 likes. 2,200 likes. Free Palestine, 2,300. Normal day of Gaza, 2,100. Allah is sufficient for us, 3,000. So, all Israel supporters' houses deserve that. And God speaks even in silence. They're saying God did this. You know, this is crazy. God did this. Look at God. So there's that reaction. All right, let me it is kind of ironic when you think about it, though, right? Let's see what else. I see so many.
That's out towards Brentwood. That's Mandeville Canyon right down in that canyon there. And then off to the left, as you continue, you'll see some of the homes on the top of the screen. That would be Brentwood, and then you make your way down into Santa Monica. We'll pan to the right a little bit here and give you some perspective of the entire fire. I don't see any homes that are threatened any longer. Everything's burning up into the Santa Monica Mountains, but boy, so much smoke over Santa Monica. As we push in right there, that's Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Early this morning, a lot of concern about homes in the Fernwood and Wildwood area, but the helicopter drops seem to have been able to really
the
get
toilet
in there.
paper crisis ball, yeah.
Spread
Thank you for the
across
fun.
all those
That was
trees
crazy.
up in that mountainous area. Looks like they've saved them all, but early this morning they were hitting it hard. They were concerned about that. And then on the far right side of your screen would be the western flank of the fire, right off Topanga, off of Malibu Canyon Road. It burned right up to the Malibu fire burn scar area, and that's right along Malibu Canyon Road. And it gives you an idea as we open up just the extent of this fire along the Pacific Ocean. Now, it's calmed down pretty nice. The winds have kicked up just a little bit. But, John, the real good news is the helicopters have been able to work. You remember Wednesday morning, nobody could get out here at all. Nothing at all. Thursday afternoon, though, they hit it pretty hard with the retardant drops, and we understand the aircrafts are back in. So the airplane should be making drops along this ridge line right here very soon. They said that may start as early as 8 o'clock. Certainly does. Thank you. You know, I don't know that was arson. I mean, Tony said they arrested somebody, but it wasn't for arson.
Like I said, is the chopper leaving?
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, he was a suspect for arson, but they took him to jail for something else. But for outstanding warrant, I heard that. But how do they confirm it's arson if he just didn't arrest him for arson? I got that, but we're reporting it is arson, and I'm just trying to figure out how you can actually report it is arson when they're not even say the person that they arrested him for arson. Here's Tony. Let's listen to Tony.
To the chopper. Let's see, hold on. I can't believe there's 6,000 people watching that fake CNN channel. It blows my mind. All they do is just play old clips over and over and over again from like yesterday, 2 or 3 days ago, and there's 6,000 people just sitting there watching the shit from yesterday and the day before. That's crazy. Yo, Maybe they're paying for views or something. That's insane. All right, they cut the feed. That makes me sad. We'll have to find another chopper feed. Okay. This happened again, like I talked about this morning. Somehow, this is an emergency message from the Los Angeles County Fire Department, an evacuation order. So they screwed up again somehow. How many millions of people? I forgot how many millions of people they get sent to. I don't know. They screwed up again, apparently, with the emergency evacuation thing. Oh, man. Lord almighty. All right, let's see if I can find something.
Pressure from the Tories over economic problems back here, with government borrowing costs soaring to their highest level since 1998. Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway,
this is real.
This.
No, that's fake.
It's quite a significant moment, this trip. Let me show you why. So first of all, we'll start with the kind of big picture. Just how much are we trading with China? This is imports from China. That's exports to China.
We need China.
At least 4,000
National Guard, baby.
structures have burned in the Altadena and the Pasadena areas as well. The fire in the Eaton fire is still at 0% containment, and the Palisades fire is currently at 6% containment. Let's go away for a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Much more to come on all of this.
They all simultaneously go on break. ABC. Let's see. In here. No live.
Who don't have access to drinking water. Remember, up in the evacuated area, especially Upper Hastings Ranch, there is the warning not to drink that water or cook with it, only use bottled water. There is food, there are pillows, there are diapers, there is literally everything that you may need. This is one of the volunteers, Marilyn. Good morning to you. It's unbelievable to see this kind of support, and part of that is from volunteers just like you.
Yeah, like I had seen the news yesterday, or I'd seen the news last night, and it just, like, I had the anxiety to just be like, I need to do something, you know, and I need to come here. And I've been here since 1 o'clock in the morning. I have not slept since 10 a.m. yesterday. So I've been up for like the past 24 hours almost. But honestly, this is giving me the energy to continue going. And just like, we know that we need more volunteers too, because like there's a little bit of us and we need more.
Just to do the sorting, to assist, to kind of direct. It's kind of, you know, it's very unofficial but official out here.
Yeah. What I had heard somebody say was like, it's organic. There's no like one true leader. We do have a wonderful like non-spoken leader, which would be Wes B.
There she is right here. And to you, good morning, Marilyn. Thank you.
Good morning.
And you too, just like Marilyn, you came and you have that heart.
Yes, I do have the heart. I got the heart and the energy.
We need the volunteers. It's incredible how much is here as far as the water, the food, the hygiene products. Are you personally moved by that support?
Yes. Like, I didn't even think there was this much water left in California. Like, I didn't think we had this much things left, especially out here, because I know a lot of stores are shut down. A lot of people went crazy. They're like, oh my God, it's COVID.2. And all, like, I didn't believe we would have this much stuff. Like, we went from 2 tents to this.
West B, thank you so much. You keep doing what you're doing. Before I send it back to you, John, in the studio, I do want to shout out how this all got started 48 hours ago. This is Jimmy Medina over here and his wife, Vanessa. They are food vendors. They're doing breakfast burritos this morning. Initially, it was hot dogs. All of this for the people in the community.
Hot
We're going to be
dogs,
sending it back to
baby.
the studio, but I wanted to make sure we gave you credit for what you're doing and just tell us why you're here and that support for those who need it.
Well, I mean, I'm here to, to serve. I'm here to serve the one that they need it, that needs. And the way we started here, like I was telling you earlier, I believe I spoke to you earlier. So my son lived around the area, so he was evacuated. So he came to this parking lot right here, Brookside Park, and we do TikTok. So my son went live, and he called a friend, and my friend do the news thing. So what happened was that they started winning TikTok, and I don't know. I say I'm a food vendor. How can I help?
Don't stop.
So we end up bringing hot dogs. We came. We brought some hot dogs. Me and LA Queen. So we brought some hot dogs, and all the crew came together. All the TikTok. And then TikTok started donating, helping us out, and everything.
And that's where it is now. People showed up. They're giving. John, it's really inspiring knowing how much people have lost, to know that there's this kind of support out there, and everybody who is still stepping up in times of grief for so many here, Altadena, Pasadena, and we know it's going to be a long road to recovery. If you need that help, come out here. Again, right across from the Rose Bowl.
Come on now. Come on. What's fun? You flying?
And as you said, you've been doing a great job with our coverage all week long, sitting here at the desk where Melvin and I are right now. But now that you're out there in person and seeing some of this destruction for yourself, it's quite a different experience.
No, it really is. And I think what's so wild about that is that I knew what to expect. So I almost wasn't surprised necessarily, just still so stunned.
Yeah.
It is just like, I'm just looking in this direction. In front of me, behind me is still the smoke here, and right in front of me is nothing. Yeah. Just bones of buildings essentially, and it's stunning. Yeah, it is. It's tough. Yeah, I just my heart goes out to all of the people who don't even have the time to really, I imagine, take in. And I imagine also many people don't know still, obviously, what they're going to come back to, if anything. But you don't have the time to take it all in, because you have to start the process of moving forward. And it's a horror show, truly.
Yeah.
And still not over, right?
Yeah. It's tough, No, because there are fires that are still 0% contained. Brooke, thank you.
Thanks, Brooke. Just so much, and it's like, what do you say? The words just seem completely inadequate right now. Oh my goodness. If you're wondering, everybody, how you can help or what resources are available to victims, Amanda's here, and she's going to highlight some ways that all of you out there can help if you would like to do so. Good morning.
Good morning. And I'm really glad that you did say that sometimes words aren't enough, because now it's time for action, right? And a lot of us can do something to help those in need. In times like these, we're really seeing the kindness of our community. It's brought tears to my eyes every single day watching this coverage, but then the silver lining is seeing neighbor helping neighbor. Yep. And so many want to help in any way they can. So I'm here to help you help others. A local boutique, Coop, has been holding a clothing drive at their store on Beverly Boulevard. That is the address if you would like to take a picture of it. Many volunteers have not only been dropping off donations, they've also been transporting them to evacuation centers to people in need. This is important. Today through Sunday, so the 10th through the 12th, anyone who is in need of clothing can go to Coop and get what they need. They have shoes, they have jackets, they have sweaters, pants, jeans.
Damn, homie.
Looking for certain donations.
In high school, you was the man. Diddy's mother accused of hosting sex parties at his childhood home? Oh, no. You know what they say about the apple in the tree? Oh, no. What? Diddy's my mama's love. Oh.
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit. No, I like that.
What? I gotta look this up. Is there any legitimacy to this? This is a tweet from Drama Alert. Let me see.
They work around the clock with these fires. So if you want to do a drop-off, here is what they are asking.
Oh, yeah, they're talking about it.
First thing is water.
Somebody made an accusation. They're saying Diddy's mother accused of hosting these parties. Hot 97, Yahoo, Facebook. They said it's alleged that Janice Combs was known for hosting these parties. Oh, no, mama, you know I love you. Hell nah.
Firefighters, Amanda. That's a really good addition too. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And obviously we all have a firehouse near us. You can just drop it off at any firehouse near you. And from our firefighters to our
dealing with insurance claims.
A two-party check. It may be made out to their bank and them, in which case they're going to have to work with their bank to get funds released to them beyond what they owe on the property.
Then generational
of whether
diddling.
To rebuild or just move on.
If there's infrastructure damage, it can take longer if they've got to do underground plumbing or if they got utilities and you got a lot of things that need to happen that the government has to do, and versus taking your money and go someplace and build faster on a lot. That is a reality. Sometimes you can get relocated quicker.
And as far as dealing with an adjuster who shows up to your property, officials say don't sign anything right away. Brian Quarter says some adjusters can help with complex claims, but choose carefully.
There's some really good ones, and there's some folks that really can use the help, but they're few and far between. If the max you can ever get is $300,000 and they get you $300,000, which is what you could have got anyway, who's paying them their fee?
You.
That's exactly right.
Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, that is going to be a long and difficult process for a lot of people out there. Leslie Lopez, we want to talk about the weather because we're not out of the woods yet. This is not over.
No, and we have some more wind, unfortunately, to talk about. But the good news is there are plenty of pieces of good news here today. We have wind that will be backing way off in most areas and already doing so in a large majority of Southern California. In fact, high wind warnings already expired for the Inland Empire and Orange County. We're going to see the expiration of these high wind warnings at about 2 o'clock today. But even before that, winds are quieting down. Right now, this is the haze off into the distance. You saw it also in the LAX camera. We have air pollution across Southern California still. Not as hazardous as yesterday, however, plenty bad.
What's going on here? What is this? Oh, I got some video footage. I wish I knew I had the special link or access to this chopper feed. Next time they're on the website, because it's like an embedded thing. So I don't know if I hit inspect, I can find the link through there. I need to find a way how to find link to embedded video. It's like an embedded type of video. Developer tools. Search. Okay, maybe I'll try this next time. Search for this in the Developer Tools Network. I'll give it a try next time. All right, but we got something here. So this might be on the. Oh, they might be on the ground though. This might not be chopper. Oh, we got some chopper here. A little bit of chopper.
areas like Woodland Hills.
They had chopper.
Out of the mission and on their way to downtown and Skid Row and our big mission that is able to accommodate.
You know, the psychological impact, especially for kids who have already lost their homes at least once before, and then they find this beautiful place, start to feel at home there, and now they're being moved to Skid Row. Can you talk about the psychological impact it has on the children you house?
Yes, absolutely. So many of us spent time that day with the kiddos talking about the adventure we were about to go on, and promised them that they would enjoy it and they'd have a good time. We have about, sadly, we already have about 300 families in Skid Row. These are those who have lived directly on Skid Row and come into our facility. So we turned it into a big party. We had as you can see from our orientation, we brought them into our chapel and did some songs and created environments that were enjoyable. And then we brought in a bunch of volunteers. Obviously, we had a team on our way down, had to set up 330 beds and sheets and blankets. We had our culinary team having a fun chicken dinner that night with the kiddos. And then all day yesterday, we just created an environment where they could connect and enjoy the time with moms and kids. We had, as you can see, we had kids giving their moms pedicures and just spending time with them and enjoying the effort that it takes to get their mind off of it. So they'll be there for another day or two, and then hopefully back again.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can really do is make the best of it. Thank you so much. And we do want to note before we let you go that you are opening your doors to anyone who needs a place to go right now. So thank you very much.
That's right. And we appreciate any donations that can help us with this big move and all the care that we do every day for over 1,200 guests at Union Rescue Mission.
Thank you so much, Richard. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Oh, there's just so many organizations, too, that are helping in so many different ways, but wonderful work they're doing there. Time right now, 7:52. The Rose Bowl has turned into a donation center.
KCAL News reporter Barry Pintar is live there right now.
Yeah, we are live at the Rose Bowl that has become an emergency command center to not only coordinate the Eaton fire rescue efforts, but somewhere for first responders to come, to eat, to refresh, even clean up. That live report straight ahead.
We want to get out to our reporter, Barry Pintar. He's joining us live from the Rose Bowl this morning, where first responders are getting ready at the Eaton Fire Command Post. And Barry, I've been watching your reports this morning. Thank you for coming in from Pittsburgh to help us out here at KCAL. But what an effort that is going on there at the Rose Bowl. Take us through what you're seeing happening.
Yeah, it is so incredible. You know, even though I'm in Pittsburgh right now, I spent many, many years here in the Los Angeles area. My kids were born here, right at the Glendale Adventist Hospital, and I spent many, many, many years exercising around the Rose Bowl, as many people do, running and rollerblading. So to see this effort, it's absolutely incredible. Now, we're battling with a little bit of sun here, but they have pretty much taken over the entire Rose Bowl area. Across the way over there are where all the command posts are. This is where first responders are coming together to coordinate their efforts. Interestingly now, on this side, for first responders to refresh, to eat, to relax, because as we know, this fire has been tricky. On Thursday morning, when we were at about 11,000 acres burned, they thought the winds were dying down, that the spread would die. Then overnight, all of a sudden, winds started picking up over the mountains. Now we're at 14,000. So what happens is these men and women first responders are working relentlessly to fight this fire. They are coming here to refresh and to eat. So right there, they can get some cereal, some bananas. Over here, scrambled eggs. On this side, they can come to get something to drink. And then, of course, as we swing around over here, they can sit and eat. One of the interesting things about this entire effort, of course, is how quickly it had to go up. Because, of course, these things aren't planned. And I want to bring in here Jay Lute, who's with Rezik Emergency Services?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Okay, so we were talking earlier. You had to put up this entire command post refreshing area just overnight, basically.
Absolutely. We started about 4 o'clock and got done about 4 o'clock. And then we open up right away for everybody coming on in.
Yeah. So what you have here, in addition to the command centers and trailers over I talked about, I see like there's a refreshing station, an eating station, and all of this. So a massive effort that'll be here for how long?
We really don't know. We just started this one today.
Yeah.
The other ones have been going on for a few weeks. And so here we are. We're command centers. We are office trailers. We're water, power, and light generators, and all our men that come here and work real hard.
We appreciate you taking care of the first responders the way you do. Jay, thank you so much. So, yeah, a massive effort. The entire Rose Bowl taken over so that they can coordinate the effort to fight and refresh, clean up. Incredible operation going on here. Reporting from Pasadena, Barry Pintar, KCAL News.
That's Barry. I do have a question for you. I have a friend who runs a catering business, wondering if they need more food out there or how they coordinate that type of effort, if they wanted to bring food out to the first responders.
You know, if you'll stick with me, I will find that out and ask in the next and answer that for you in the next half hour. But since you asked, let me tell you something fascinating. You see all these gentlemen in the orange. These are inmates serving the first responders. And every now and again, you'll see an inmate in a red cap. They are actually inmates from the California Department of Corrections on the front lines fighting the fire. So when we say so many people are taking a part in this, we mean so many people from all over the state. But yes, I'll certainly find out if they need feed donations and get back to you in the next half hour.
Yeah, I just know so many people anxious to help, wanting to help. So Barry, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Definitely shows
Absolutely.
the entire community coming together. Barry, thanks.
KCAL News at 8 starts right now.
Southern California on fire. Devastating fires continuing to burn, and the weather is not making things better. Our live team coverage on these historic and deadly fires continues.
It is Friday, January 10th, and thank you for waking up with us here at KCAL News Mornings on what's been a very
500 people left because I went to use the restroom. I got to put the playback video, or 600 people left. I got to put the playback video it's me sitting here looking at the screen. All right, let me see what's going on. We got some live footage there. I can't do this press conference.
An extreme.
I can't do the repeat press conferences. But last night's was interesting. They try to bring the heat a little bit. They should. I would think they're doing one today. I don't know what time. Let's see. Is this new right here? What's this? There's no audio though. Is this new? Oh, I played Wildfire.
I want to restate that. Right now, as these alerts are being issued, they are not being activated or initiated by a person. This is my top priority.
They still mess it up.
All hands on deck with the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Integrated Public Alert and Warning Team. We have every technical specialist working to resolve this issue and to find the root cause. I implore everyone to not disable the messages on your phone. This is extremely frustrating, painful, and scary, but these alert tools have saved lives during this emergency. Not receiving an alert can be a consequence of life and death. As we continue to work on the root cause, I ask everyone that gets an alert to verify if they are in an evacuation warning or order to go to alertla.org, lacounty.gov/emergency, or dial 211 for assistance. The mapping is accurate on where evacuation warnings and orders exist. Again, this is my top priority. This is the top priority of my partners at the state and at FEMA with the Public Alert and Warning Tool to resolve this issue as quickly as possible and identify the root cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to make this very short because we've got a full list of people that want to present today. You're going to hear information from our Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara. Thank you for being here, about how residents can get connected to insurance support to recover and rebuild. And I was up in the Alpine area last night, and the common question was, how do I navigate the insurance process, and will I be able to get insured again? And so I felt it was important for us to hear from our Insurance Commissioner, who's been very engaged on this issue. And then I just want to say to everyone, you know, I've been out and I've heard from my residents, and I think we've all had someone impacted by this fire. I keep saying it, you are not alone. I talk to families that have lost everything, and they don't know where to go. And as the supervisor representing that district, but also as a chair, I speak for this board. We are here to support you, and we will be here for the long road to rebuild. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Bass to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair Barger. All of us here are working urgently and around the clock to confront this ongoing firestorm. And when we are on the front lines, when we're in the command posts, when we're in the Emergency Operations Center, we carry with us our friends and neighbors. That is what this fight is all about. It's about those friends, neighbors, and loved ones who have fled their homes, those who have lost their homes, those who have lost their lives. To all Angelenos, we are fighting hard for each of you. So here's our city update responding to this natural disaster. LAFD battled all night on the Palisades fire, the Hearst fire, the Kenneth fire, and airdrop efforts, thank goodness, continue. LAFD also responded to and extinguished fires in Pacoima, Hollywood, Studio City, and more. I do want to let everyone know that Griffith Park, including Runyon Canyon, will be closed through Sunday. Yesterday, President Biden pledged his full support for response efforts, including FEMA reimbursement 100% of our disaster response costs. FEMA also launched resources and support for Angelenos impacted by these fires. Visit disasterassistance.gov to apply. We have worked with the governor and Sheriff Luna to secure the National Guard, which will back up and free up our firefighters and police officers and play a key role in securing our evacuation zones to keep people safe and to protect against anyone thinking of taking advantage of this tragedy. People from across LA, the nation, and the world are asking how to help. Yesterday, I spoke of the California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund, and today I'm grateful to share that within 24 hours, they have raised $2.5 million from 4,000 generous donors. Visit calfund.org. I also mentioned that Airbnb has been working through the 211 online portal to provide free temporary housing. Now, the demand has been extremely high, and Airbnb has increased their commitment to providing emergency assistance for now 25,000 evacuees, first responders, and others impacted by the fires. Visit 211la.org to get connected. With so many homes and businesses lost, we are already putting plans in place to make sure that we aggressively rebuild. My office is leading the city effort to clear the way. Red tape, bureaucracy, all of it must go. This will be an enormous undertaking, but we will be ready for it because we will not rely on the old way of doing things. For this recovery, we will have, like we have done in other areas, we shake up the system and move forward with new strategies and policies. I don't believe that there is anything that Angelenos cannot do if we stand together. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce LA County's 3rd District Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking our first responders who were focused in the Topanga region yesterday and responded swiftly to the Kenneth fire. Incredible action from firefighters who are giving multiple fires absolutely everything they've got. Initial reports led our department to serious concerns, but we have the absolute best, most experienced teams leading our efforts.
Upside down cross
and
lady.
Even with the most challenging circumstances and terrain, they have been able to deliver. Next, I want to express my deep frustration with the alert system that is causing confusion and additional panic for our communities at this time of extreme crisis.
I'm surprised they can't get a handle on that. Like can't get a couple of IT. This is known like Silicon Valley, isn't it? They're like supposed to be the tech state, the tech whatever, the brightest of whatever, and they can't figure this thing out.
How and why at every level in our exhaustive after-action process to ensure it is corrected. There is a reason why we have redundancies in our communication system. Crises require them. Please sign up for alertla.org, visit emergency.lacounty.gov, and tune into local radio and TV. Our LA media partners have done an incredible job getting the word out, and it's why we hold these press briefings. In terms of overnight updates in the communities I represent, We had a small brush fire of under 5 acres in Pacoima that the fire department knocked out quickly, and we thank them for their bravery and their swift action. The fires continue to have air quality impacts throughout the Los Angeles County region. A smoke advisory has been extended through Friday. To limit exposure, please remain indoors as much as possible, avoid outdoor physical activity, and run your air conditioner or air purifier if you have one. The Department of Public Health's Chief Deputy, Dr. Anish Mahajan, is here and can help answer questions about air quality. The strength and resolve of Los Angeles County residents, as well as our extraordinary first responders from every level of government, as well as our private citizens from across the country and right here in our own county, will be the way we get through this unimaginable tragedy. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome up LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
Thank you, Supervisor. So good morning. The Eaton Fire, current estimated acreage, 13,956 acres with 3% containment. We still have 4,000 to 5,000 structures that may be damaged or destroyed. Once we do our damage inspection reports, we'll get a more accurate number for you. We currently have 1,527 firefighting personnel remaining assigned to this incident. The LA County Fire Department is in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service, the LA County Sheriffs, along with the Pasadena, Arcadia, Sierra Madre Fire Departments, and the Pasadena Police Department. Yesterday afternoon, the fire in Eaton Canyon did make a push towards historic Mount Wilson. This observatory is okay thanks to the efforts of the firefighters and observatory staff, and no buildings have been destroyed at Mount Wilson. A firefighter did suffer a significant fall injury yesterday at the Eaton fire. He remains hospitalized. He's resting comfortably, and he's in stable condition and expected to make a full recovery. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and we will advise the media once we get the cause determined. We are appreciative to our many mutual aid partners from out of state for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Thanks to the increased number of resources assigned, the region is in a much better posture than we were earlier this week. And I have been advised that mutual aid resources from Canada are arriving now. The National Weather Service predicts that the red flag will continue through Friday, or continue today through 6 p.m. However, our priority is also going to be to prepare for the next red flag event that is predicted to begin on Monday. I would also like to provide a brief update on the Kenneth fire that erupted yesterday near the Victory Trailhead at the border of Ventura and Los Angeles counties. Thanks to the quick action of first responders and aerial assets, the fire has been stopped. It's currently at 1,000 acres. We have 35% containment, and no structures are reported damaged or destroyed. One important topic I want to talk about is that we did have a drone incursion yesterday at the Palisades fire. Unknown exactly what time this small drone hit the wing of our CL-415 Super Scooper aircraft that we currently have on contract from the province of Quebec. The pilots were unaware that they hit the drone. It wasn't until they landed at Van Nuys Airport that the maintenance staff noticed that there was a fist-sized hole in the leading edge of the wing inboard of the landing light. That Super Scooper will be prioritized for repair 24/7. It should be flying Monday. We only have 2 of them. Everyone should know, all of your viewers, flying a drone in the fire traffic area is not only dangerous, but it's illegal. We do have our federal partners behind the scenes are going to be implementing procedures to be able to follow drones in our 2 large fire areas, and they will be able to identify who the operator of that drone is. The most important thing to know is that if you fly a drone at one of these brush fires, all aerial operations will be shut down. and we certainly don't want to have that happen. Before I close, I would like to thank Supervisor Barger and Horvath for their unwavering support and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of first responders who continue to place themselves in harm's way to protect our residents and property. Thank you. I would now like to bring up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles City Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So I'll just be providing a brief update of the overnight operations of our fires. So Palisades fires. This fire was currently tracked at 20,438 acres with 3,073 personnel assigned. Crews worked very, very hard overnight, strengthening our containment lines and addressing multiple spot fires in and around the Topanga Canyon area. Resources responded to the area included our air assets to aid in the containment efforts. Due to the favorable overnight weather conditions and the diligent, and I'll focus on the diligent work and effort and commitment of our first responders, we can report that the Palisades fire is now 8% contained. Wind gusts are expected to increase in daylight hours that will test our containment lines. Our firefighters will continue to respond to any flare-ups and increase our containment lines. Evacuation orders remain in place. The Hearst fire, due to more accurate mapping and acreage, has been updated to 771 acres with 37% containment. All evacuation orders and warnings have been lifted. The Kenneth fire, forward progress has been stopped with 35% containment at 1,000 acres. All evacuation orders and warnings within Los Angeles City have been lifted. I personally want to make sure that we thank and show our deepest gratitude to all of our Los Angeles City firefighters and all of our partners as we've been battling these fires for now. We're going into day 4. Thank you to LAPD for assisting us in keeping our communities safe. And lastly, thank you to all of the agencies who have come to aid during this time of help, and it absolutely does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Yeah, now Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you, Sheriff.
Good morning to everybody. This morning we have well over 500 LA County deputies that are assisting continuous with evacuations, traffic control, security patrols, and other humanitarian efforts. They're out there. I hear people calling me. They see a lot of black and white police cars rolling with lights and siren. They're out there working. That's what they're doing. They've been actively patrolling the evacuated areas and are increasing their presence to deter any burglary or looting activity that may occur. Just to summarize on evacuations for all the fires that we're dealing with, evacuations orders stand at approximately 153,000 residents that are under evacuation orders and approximately 57,830 structures at risk. And then evacuation warnings, approximately 166,800 residents under both warnings, or I'm sorry, those are just specifically for warnings. What I want to go to next, and we started talking about this last night, is a curfew. A curfew order has been established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. That will be in effect. It was in effect last night, and it's going to be in effect tonight at 6 p.m. So it ended at 6 a.m. this morning. Will take effect again until 6 p.m.
You got bedtime. You better
I'm
go to bed.
emphasizing that to our media partners because part of this is communicating to the public. You cannot be in these affected areas. If you are subject to arrest. That is important. We're not doing this to inconvenience anybody. We're doing it to protect the structures, the houses that people have left because we ordered them to leave, and I want them to feel confident that we are doing everything we can to secure that. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent any burglaries or looting in the area that the residents have evacuated. The only people that will be allowed in these areas are disaster workers, okay? I just want to make that clear because we have other people trying to get in there. And by the way, media partners who have legitimate media credentials, yes, you may enter those areas unless it's very, very unsafe and somebody tells you not to for that reason. Again, just specifically, anyone found in violation of this curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense under LA County Code Section 2.68320, and conviction may result in a fine up to $1,000 or jail time. And I'm telling you right now, I know people talk about no bail, and I've given direction that if somebody's caught doing this, they are not going to get cited and released. They're going to get booked.
Oh, because you guys are known for just letting criminals go.
With this. We don't want anyone taking advantage of our residents that have already been victimized.
For the first time, you put your foot down.
The National Guard deployment. As many of you are aware, we asked for the National Guard. I'm very thankful to Governor Newsom and the State Office of Emergency Services that fulfilled that request. As of last night, we've had National Guardsmen assisting us. They arrived last night and deployed to the Eaton Fire area, and were assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure protection. As additional Guard personnel arrive, and they will be in the next 12 to 24 hours, the Sheriff's Department will strategically coordinate their deployment with other partners such as the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa, and Arcadia. Those are the requests we have now. That may grow. We'll adjust as time goes on. I want to make sure that if anybody needs updated information on either evacuation orders or warnings or road closures, they go to lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I am going to be introducing Assistant Chief Dominic Choi from the Los Angeles Police Department.
A lot of people, man. You got a lot of people.
All right. Good morning. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, I just want to extend our deepest sympathies to all those affected by our fires, and that includes many of our own LAPD officers who've lost homes and property in this fire, and they continue to serve these communities, and I appreciate all their work. I have a number of important updates for all of you today, and I'm going to start by an arrest that was made late yesterday afternoon. So yesterday afternoon, the Kenneth Fire started at the border of West Hills and the city of Los Angeles and Ventura County. At 4:32 p.m., we received a 911 call that a suspect was attempting to light a fire in the community of Woodland Hills and was being detained by residents. Officers from LAPD's Topanga area responded and took that suspect into custody. And once we learned that this suspect was a possible arson suspect, our Major Crimes Division responded to Topanga Division along with Ventura County sheriffs, who was a lead in the Kenneth Fire investigation. But they responded, they interviewed this suspect. Ooh. After the interview and additional investigative steps, looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson, and therefore this person was arrested on a felony probation violation.
Wow.
This investigation is ongoing, however, and I'd like to thank those community members that were involved in this and helping us bring this person to our attention so we can have an ongoing investigation. The second point I want to talk about is for any of those people looking for loved ones or missing people related specifically to the Palisades fire. Now, the county is also doing this for the Eaton fire, but for the city of Los Angeles, we've stood up a family assistance center. This center is located at Chevy Hills Recreation Center, and it's at 2551 Motor Avenue. It's going to be open today from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We will have 10 officers there ready to receive anyone who needs to report a missing person related to the Palisades fire. We will also have the American Red Cross, the Mayor's Crisis Response Team, the LA County Medical Examiner's Office, and the LA County Department of Mental Health. They will be there to help support, answer questions, and provide information as necessary. Again, I just want to emphasize this is for missing people related to Palisades fire. This is not for any other issues related to the fire. LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in the areas impacted by the fires. We're patrolling these areas to deter criminal activity and to continue to ensure public safety. Today, we're deploying 210 officers in these impacted areas. This deployment includes our partners from LA Port PD and LAWA PD, and I'm thankful for their support. Again, protecting our homes, businesses in evacuated and vulnerable zones are our priority, and we will continue to ensure that no one takes advantage of these situations. You've heard this message before, but I'm going to say it again because it's so important and so critical. Looting has zero tolerance. Looting or exploiting in the disaster areas will not be tolerated. Anybody caught looting or committing crimes in the affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We'll remain vigilant and patrol these areas and ensure that we can mitigate any activity like this. And again, if you haven't already done so, you will start seeing in the city of Los Angeles the National Guard being deployed at the Palisades fire. Their role is going to be traffic control, managing roadways to ensure access to affected areas is restricted to authorized personnel only. They're going to be manning critical infrastructure security, as well as doing checkpoints and verifying credentials for those for ingress and egress. And lastly, these measures controlling access, they are necessary. I just want the communities to know they are necessary for public safety and for proper community recovery. They are inconvenience, but it's something that we have to do. Residents are encouraged to call 911 if they see any suspicious activity. Law enforcement, National Guard, and other first responders are here to support this community and ensure their safety in a difficult time. Our commitment remains steadfast to restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as possible. Your cooperation and resilience from the community are greatly appreciated. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Somebody else setting a fire. Caught setting a fire.
Thank you and good morning. The District Attorney's Office will be considering up to now 5 different types of cases that will eventually be presented from law enforcement. Let's start with arson. If it is determined that there is a man-made and intentional setting of any of the fires involved in this situation, the people who committed this arson will be arrested, they will be prosecuted, and they will be punished to the full extent of the law. Right now, obviously, law enforcement and the firefighters are focused on containing these properties, saving lives, saving homes. But eventually we will get to the causes of those fires, and in that part the DA's office will be working with law enforcement to go after anyone who is guilty of the crime of arson. Second types of crimes. If people are going to violate this curfew restriction and they get arrested, they will be prosecuted. Let me back up what the sheriff has said.
The first time ever you guys are prosecuting people, holding people accountable.
People who've been ordered they go back to their house. Leave those homes. The sheriff, the Los Angeles Police Department, and local law enforcement is going to be working overtime to protect your home. In that way, if you violate the curfew, you will be arrested and then you will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office. Third issue, looting. Looting is a despicable crime. For the people who've already been arrested, please know that this is not going to end well. You will be punished to the full extent of the law, and I'm sending this warning message out again. If you want to take and go ahead and take advantage of people who are tragically suffered enormous losses in this county, the district attorney's office, working with law enforcement, will make sure you are arrested, you are prosecuted, and you are maximally punished. Drones. If you're thinking that it's fun to send a drone up in the area for your own amusement, or you want to get information that nobody else can get, and you do it in one of these areas for which drones are not permitted, I'll repeat one more time. You will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the last type of crime that we'll be looking at are scams, and we're already seeing them. We're seeing people being targeted in GoFundMe scams by people who are trying to entice people to give money to people who have suffered when the people who are arranging this GoFundMe page are nothing but scammers. Wow. You must be aware of who you are being approached by and who you actually can go ahead and give your money to if you want to help them. We're going to see that eventually with insurance scams, We'll see it with government benefit scams. And yes, they are going to target the people who have been tragically affected, and you cannot allow them to do it. I would suggest that if you want internet resources and who to give money to, go to recovery.lacounty.gov. It has a whole list of organizations that you can, if you want to, contribute to, and it does it in both English and Spanish. Also, you can go to the LAFD.gov's website as well. But my message to the public is beware. These scammers look at this as an opportunity. Do not let them take advantage of you. And one more message to the scammers: you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the maximum extent possible. I'd like now to introduce California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara.
All right. Sending a
Thank
strong
you.
message.
Before I begin, I want to publicly thank the insurance commissioners from across the nation and the international insurance supervisors who have offered assistance and support during this difficult time. My heart goes out to my fellow Angelinos and to the firefighters currently battling these blazes. Let me be clear, my top priority is to protect all affected people during this crisis and assist in their insurance recovery. My primary concern at this very moment is to ensure that wildfire survivors receive the insurance benefits to which they are entitled to as soon as possible. I understand that this may be new and the extent of the calamity here in Southern California, and compounded by the insurance and financial stresses that these wildfires have caused. However, at the Department of Insurance, we have been confronting wildfires and other natural disasters throughout our entire state for a very long time, making us, unfortunately, response experts. Now is the time for you to focus on your family and on your health. The last thing you should be worrying about is your insurance. Here's what I've done to protect our wildfire victims to date. I am using my moratorium power to stop all non-renewals and cancellations. Last night, I issued a bulletin to protect homeowners affected by the Palisades and Eaton fires from non-renewals and cancellations by your insurance companies for 1 year, under a moratorium law that I wrote while I was serving in the state Senate. This covers you even if your home wasn't destroyed or damaged in the wildfire. You can visit insurance.ca.gov to look up your zip code if you are near these wildfires and obtain that protection. I'm also calling on insurance companies to suspend any pending non-renewals and cancellations that homeowners received before these fires started. This means that if you've received a non-renewal from your homeowner's insurance between October 9th and January 7th, essentially 90 days, your insurance company should do the right thing and retain you as a valued policyholder. I call upon all property insurance companies to pause these non-renewals and cancellations and provide essential stability for our communities, allowing consumers to focus on what's important at the moment, their safety and recovery. In my notice, I also urged insurers to extend the payment grace period beyond the existing 60 days for policyholders in areas directly affected by the wildfires, enabling Angelinos to pay their home insurance premiums amidst the challenges that they are currently facing. And if your policy was not renewed, or if you don't have coverage, please call us at 1-800-927-4357. We can help you find additional solutions. I have also directed my department's enforcement team to protect Angelinos from fraudsters targeting wildfire survivors and to assist with the ongoing evacuation efforts. My department has moved quickly to host an insurance support workshop on January 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, followed by another event the following weekend at Pasadena City College. We will have experts from our staff and representatives from insurance companies available so homeowners can obtain answers and take the action they need in one convenient location. Again, call us at 1-800-927-4357 to schedule a one-on-one appointment with our experts. Related to health, I've issued an additional notice to all California health insurers directing them to submit emergency plans to my department These plans must detail how they're going to ensure that consumers can continue to access essential medical care and obtain their medications in the wake of these disasters. I've been in constant communication with our county leaders, governor, the legislative leaders, and our congressional delegation to identify best ways to expedite our recovery, reduce wildfire risk, and build a more climate resilient state and communities. Making homes and communities safer from wildfires needs to be a top priority for our state. Looking forward, I'm going to ask the governor and the state legislature to support my proposal to provide consumers with home hardening grants. We need to put money in people's hands. This measure is critical to protecting homes and improving long-term resilience against wildfire risk. We are also going to be introducing legislation to include businesses in our moratorium law. Businesses are an important consumer of insurance and the financial backbone of many communities, and they also need this vital protection. Newly enacted insurance reforms are now in effect to make insurance rates more stable and predictable. My sustainable insurance strategy mandates that insurance companies expand and maintain coverage in high wildfire areas if they are going to use forward-looking catastrophic models and incorporate the reinsurance cost in the rate making, which my department just finalized in December. Why is this important for our residents? It ensures that Californians in wildfire-prone areas retain access to insurance and brings competition back into the market and ultimately lowering the cost. Without these measures, insurance companies may continue non-renewals, leaving communities at greater risk of underinsurance and total loss of coverage. Even with these devastating wildfires, I want to be clear, I am confident that these reforms will keep us on track to modernizing our insurance market, encourage insurers to return and expand in California, and protect the solvency of our market. We remain the largest insurance market in the nation, fourth in the world. Our goal is to ensure they remain financially solvent and can honor the claim that will stabilize our insurance market in the long run. Now, let me just quickly address issues surrounding the insurer of last resort, which we call the FAIR Plan. It has become clear that reforms are necessary as the coverage maximums have not changed in 30 years. I recognize that for some Californians, the coverage limits, even the ones that we've already implemented, are still very low. Under my strategy, we have also ensured the creation of a stronger, more sustainable FAIR Plan with the long-term financial strategy to withstand the challenging fires we are experiencing today. Let me be clear, once the fires are brought under control, we will get data directly from the insurance industry and the FAIR Plan about claims filed, as we have on all the other fires that may or may not happen. We are focused on maintaining the FAIR Plan's financial health while getting people back to the regular market where they belong. In closing, our actions are focused on ensuring that the insurance companies meet their commitments to the consumers, that Californians are protected, not just in this crisis, but beyond. We are here to help. Please call us. We speak multiple languages in whatever language you feel comfortable. Insurance can be complicated. We are here to help you decipher your policy and help you understand what your rights are as consumers. Please call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can use our live chat feature on our website at insurance.ca.gov. Together, we will get through this, I can assure you, and thank you.
LA County Assessor Jeff Prang.
Jeff Prang, okay.
Good morning. Right now, government is very focused on bringing these fires under control, but in the coming days, the focus will return to recovery. Initial reports suggest that 10,000 properties have been damaged or destroyed, with hundreds more likely to be discovered in the coming days. I appreciate that property taxes are not high on the list of things to worry about right now, as so many are focused on housing and safety, but financial issues will soon become a major issue for the victims of the fires. Under California law, if your property, your home or your business has been damaged or destroyed, you may qualify for property tax relief under the Misfortune and Calamity Program. This program allows my office to reduce your assessed value of your property, which is what your taxes are based upon, to reflect the damage. Here are the key details. To qualify, the damage needs to exceed $10,000. and you must file a claim within 12 months. Once filed, we will investigate and verify the claim, determine the cost to cure, and then reduce the assessed value effective the date of the damage occurred. The reduction remains in place until the property is repaired, rebuilt, or undergoes a change in ownership. It does seem clear that we may need legislative help to ensure maximum benefits to victims, and I'm glad some legislators are here today. We look forward to talking to them about making some of those fixes. The filing of this claim also facilitates coordination with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, allowing taxpayers who pay property taxes directly, that is not through an impound account with their mortgage lender, to defer their current year property taxes without incurring penalties or interest. We are working closely with our county partners to identify impacted properties and will assist homeowners and businesses through every step of this process. For all claims, we aim to do that, process them as quickly as possible. Once the tax roll is updated, the auditor controller will recalculate the taxes. If you're due a refund, it will be issued, or if taxes remain owed, an adjusted bill with new due dates will be sent. My staff, who's here, has handouts with a lot of the information these programs detailed. I did want to also emphasize that you should not pay anybody to access these services. My office provides them all for free, and we can be reached at assessor.lacounty.gov or at 213-974-3211. Thank you.
Thank you. U.S. Fire Administrator Dr. Lori Moore Merrill.
Good morning. Thank you. FEMA and the U.S. Fire Administration remains on the ground to support the response and recovery efforts here for these fires. And I just want to have a reminder,
Can I get to the next
as the
one?
mayor said, President Biden, through a major disaster declaration, has committed to cover cost associated with these fires at 100% for 180 days. For those who are affected and individual assistance, you can go to disasterassistance.gov, or if you prefer, to call someone, speak to someone directly. It is 1-800-621-3362. Our hearts remain with those who are affected, and certainly with the firefighters who continue the fight on the front lines. Helen, I'll turn it back to you.
Closing remarks by Chair Barker.
Thank you. In closing, I just have to say that this is called One Voice, and it's one voice because while it's focused on unincorporated Altadena and I know Palisades and Pasadena, we're working with our state and our federal partners to ensure that we are providing all the resources necessary. So I want to acknowledge people that are here today. Supervisor Holly Mitchell, our colleague who's here to support us. Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo, Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negrete, Assembly Member Jess Gabriel, and Assembly Member Jessica Caloza, who are here. Did I miss anybody? I think that's... So, again, I want to thank you all. And with that, we're going to take maybe one question because I know we've got to run out to Altadena, but go ahead.
Okay, why don't we go? Can we just, Supervisor, I'm so sorry. We'll just get a couple over here. Just 2 or 3. We'll do, by the way, we will do one-on-one interviews afterwards, okay? I will help you get the information you need. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is for Mayor Bass. Jonathan Migliotti with CBS News. Yesterday, you asked for the public's patience as you assess the response. As you well know, then millions of people receive false alarms. It's been acknowledged here in this room that many may now be deactivating their alerts on their phones. I have heard from many people who are ignoring them altogether. We have red flag warnings still in effect. They will resume again next week. There is no rain in the forecast. What are you doing at this point to earn back people's trust and to make sure these mistakes don't happen again?
Well, first of all, I think that was addressed at the beginning of the press conference by Kevin McGowan.
Mama's love.
I would like that from you. I don't.
Yeah, she's so nasty. Just answer the question.
Let me just be clear.
That was deflected.
I'm going to spend every moment that I can making sure that I am in as many areas as possible, meeting and talking to residents to see what is needed in the recovery. But I also mentioned that we're moving into recovery mode at the same time, meaning that we want to see the city rebuilt. We want to see Los Angeles come together. Let me finish. We want to see Los Angeles come together.
He said you're deflecting from the question. Or they muted his mic or something.
You still have red flag warnings in effect. There is a real threat here. What is your message to your constituents?
Can't even hear him. What is your message to your constituents?
I
that are losing
want
faith?
the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. I can say on behalf of our first responders, from the fire department, the police department, we are doing everything we can to bring the situation under control, and success has been reported. We know that we're going to have a possible increase in the force of the winds at the beginning of next week, and getting Los Angeles prepared, doing everything we can to save lives. That is our number one job, to protect people's homes, to protect people's businesses, and to prepare to rebuild Los Angeles in a much better way. We're going to stand united. We're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. One over here.
Bob DeCastro from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Just to follow up on that, because even after yesterday that errant message was sent out to Los Angeles County, some 10 million people, overnight, people were still receiving many messages, and we were even fielding calls from our own newsroom from people as far as San Bernardino that were receiving calls. You have no idea why people are getting these alerts and being startled in the middle of the night when they're already on edge in the Inland Empire. Why is that happening? You have no idea. And you also ask that people verify and get onto a website. Not everybody has the ability to jump on a website when they're panicked. To try and figure out whether or not this is an actual alert.
Hand, bro. Sign language.
Thank you, and I appreciate the thoughts you're sharing and the question. I would take a second to explain how the alert system works. There's an interface, and you activate that interface with what type of an alert you're going to send, an evacuation order, an evacuation warning, and you identify a geographical area. After you initiate that message package is sent into what is the Integrated Public and Alert Warning System aggregator. That then transitions, I'll call it for lack of better terms, into a cloud that connects with all of our cell service providers. The root cause analysis is trying to establish where along that sequence there is an error going on. And in addition to that, it is important to understand that the cellular phone towers have different reach in how they're activating the message to the cell phone. And so it's a common phenomenon that there's a term called bleed over, where a cell phone that may be in a different jurisdiction or a different area is receiving that message from a cellular tower that may be geographically in a different space. So right now, our number one priority is to establish how we can work with in coordination with our federal and state partners, how we can stop the messages that are going out right now that are not being initiated by a human action.
Oh, God.
To stop that, and then understand how that occurred, so that the tool can still be used for what was identified as like a critical fire weather that we're still in experiencing and will continue to experience.
So can I just follow up on that? The bottom line is we are going to drill down, because I too got the alert. I got 2 alerts, and then I got an alert telling me to disregard the alerts. And you know, as someone who has communities that are on edge, that are lined up, and I'm sure Mayor Gordo has the same situation going on as well. They're on pins and needles thinking that they're next. So we're drilling down right now, and the way it's described to me is there are towers that are now powering up, and it's up in this cloud. It's kind of like when you send an email and it goes into draft, and then once you hit internet, it gets sent. Similar, but my question is, why can't we turn it off? And the answers we're getting are not satisfying. I'm not making any excuses. It's unacceptable, and it is frustrating, because we are asking people to trust us, to believe us when we say evacuate. So if we're going to tell them to evacuate, we better make darn sure we're targeting the right people. So don't think we're taking this lightly. I'm not. And I know that my residents aren't. So I hear you loud and clear. The frustration you're hearing from me is based on the frustration I'm hearing as well from my constituents who are asking, when we get it, is it going to be legitimate? Should we listen or should we ignore? Or disable altogether? I think that's absolutely ridiculous, and I told Kevin McGowan that. To tell people to go on a website when they may not have access to an internet is absolutely absurd, and that is, quite frankly, not something that I am recommending. Obviously, for those that want to find out where the evacuation centers are, or the evacuation locations are, they can go on there, and it is an accurate map. But I'm not going to tell people, if you get the alert, go on and check. I think that we need to fix this problem so that, in fact, when an alert goes out, it is a legitimate alert that people can listen to. So I hear you. I hear that criticism. I personally, when I heard it, didn't feel that I was going to tell people, well, if you get it, just go on a website. They can, but that's not going to satisfy the frustration that people have. So I just want to make it clear to you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. We are at time. We're over time. Thank you. We will do one-on-ones. If you need assistance, please come see me or a member of the team.
They always do this,
Thank
so
you,
they don't want to
speakers,
take
again.
questions.
Thank you all for attending.
We've been listening to this press conference.
They always do this. We're at overtime. It's overtime. I'm sorry. Wow. Amazing. No Q&A. No Q&A. All right. How you guys feeling, man? All right. I have some things I can go over. I don't know if I should do it now or do it later. A reservoir in the Palisades that holds 117 million gallons of water was offline this month for previously scheduled maintenance. It was empty when the Palisades fire exploded. Oh no, that doesn't go good for these people, the leadership. Oh no. It's a good thing they didn't take questions during the press conference. That would not have been a good thing for them to have had answered. Right? Sorry about the noise. I got the lawnmowers outside. Wombat, welcome back. Wombat. All right, let's do it. Pandemic, some people said. What y'all want to do? What y'all want to do? Tell me, you want to go over this stuff now or we go over it later? What y'all want to do? Want to be ballers? Air 7 Live? Air 7 Live. What y'all want to do?
Chief Anthony Maroney, who said that they still haven't been able to get in there and really assess that. The Palisades fire, the new numbers, 20,438 acres. They are still worried about spot fires in that area, but the containment is at 8%. That's good news. However, they are concerned about a coming Santa Ana event, which could make a position, make a situation where the fire could jump those containment lines again and create other problems. There are evacuations which stand at 153,000 residents. Imagine that across LA County, 153,000 residents are evacuated. Some 57,000 structures are still at risk due to these fires. So this is far from over. And they did speak of the curfew orders for Palisades and Eaton. And that is only people who are allowed in those disaster areas are disaster workers. Media is allowed with proper credentials. But if you are not supposed to be in these areas that have been ordered evacuated, the sheriff said you will not just be cited and released, you will be arrested. So it is important to note on that. And then one other thing, right before we get to Scott Reif, who is in Air 7 HD, I want to talk to Scott about this. But we heard a fact that there was a drone in the area that actually was caused damage to the Super Scooper. This was in the Palisades fire. They had a drone that hit the wing of a Super Scooper, and the pilots didn't even notice it. That was noticed by the maintenance staff. And that drone, that Super Scooper will not be flying until Monday because they are going to have to repair that. So that reduces the number of Super Scoopers fighting this to just one. And Scott,
somebody was tweeted this morning asking why do we have these planes coming from Canada? It's great that they're helping, but we don't have our own shit. What's going on? What's up with that? And only 2 planes? What's it? Two planes? They sent 2 of those. I forgot the name of the thing. What's up with that? Breaking. LAPD reportedly released the man with the blowtorch. Just like Cali. Just like Cali. Oh, wow. Wow. Man with blowtorch. Released. Amazing.
Basically like it was carpet bombed with incinerated bombs. Have you ever seen pictures from World War II after the bombers have gone by? That's what it looks like. We'll come back off Sky Map, but it gives you an idea where we're looking. And I just want to push in tight and show you the destruction down here. It is saddening me, absolutely saddening what we are seeing. And each one of these homes that you're looking at are now completely gone. Every now and then we'll see a home that is standing, but on this block right here, you see every single home has been lost. This fire, the portion that is raging, is still up in the Angeles National Forest. We've had a lot of smoke, but just moments ago we were able to work our way around the smoke and really get a view of everything that is going on here, Philip. And it's just overwhelming when you get a look at it. It's so sad. I think that estimate of 4,000, it's going to go way up if I'm not mistaken. You see the fire for the most part is not approaching any homes. It's burning up towards Mount Wilson. Yesterday we were flying over the Mount Wilson area. They were able to save it. Fantastic job, because it looked like Mount Wilson was going to go down. We've lost some power up there. It's restricted our ability to transmit in a lot of ways. You see all the antennas up there, communication centers, some of them running on generators.
Amazing. They're saying he was released after they just had this press conference. We're going to be tough on crime. And, they're detecting. Oh, did they block the stream? We detected audio in your stream belonging to someone else. What the? Can you guys see me still? Tell me why. Maybe I should take this off the screen. Wow, maybe it is ABC7. Maybe you guys are right. Somebody said ABC7. That said we detected audio in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. 2,000 people leave. What the? Getting a warning, so I muted the audio. Hopefully that stops it. Oh, man. Okay. Wow. I wanted to show you guys this. Let me see if I can find it. They did a whole we're going to be tough, and we're going to don't be in the areas, and there's bedtime and blah blah blah. If you violate that, you're in trouble, and blah, we're not going to prosecute you. Blah, 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 blah. And he's out. Now I get they say they didn't have enough or something to link him to the fires. Homeboy had a blowtorch in his hand. He's out. They're saying he's out. Just like Cali. I just shared a video of them saying he was arrested for violating probation because they didn't link him to causing the fires. Yeah. Did it go away? Did my warning go away? Let me refresh the page. I muted it, so let's see if it's just the audio. It says we've detected audio in your system or in your stream belonging to someone else. All right, so let me see. 75% say now. Let's go over the stuff now. I just have a couple things. Hopefully I don't get blocked. La, la, la. All right. Let's get this here. Oh God. Okay, I saw a left note in an abandoned car on Sunset Boulevard. One of many vehicles left behind. due to the Palisades fire. I'm with my 99-year-old mother, the note read, adding her name, Shelby, contact info. Shelly saw our report and her son just picked up her car.
Really stuck out to us. I'm not going to give you the specific number here, but on here, someone left a note. It says, I am with my 99-year-old mother.
The copyright warning went away.
Leaving an address, leaving her name, and also leaving a phone number as well.
I want to see this.
Battery's still on.
Let's go. Let's go,
baby.
We did it.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Yes.
Shelly, get your car back.
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
This Subaru.
This lady, a lot of Californians feel like this resident. Let's check it out.
So y'all just gonna burn my state down?
Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go.
You gonna burn California down, huh?
Let's go, baby.
You just gonna burn it down? let me tell you something. I got two things to say. This is a PSA announcement. I got three things to say. One, you Denny's ought to be ashamed of yourself. Two, don't ask for no GoFundMe. Don't ask for no GoFundMe, okay? Don't ask for none. Number three, this is Pacific Palisades. These are multi-million-dollar homes that y'all let burn down to the ground, like you did last time over there in the Malibu area when you was trying to build the train tracks. These rich people over there in the Pacific Palisades gonna sue you bald, huh? You know the bald eagle. A bald eagle is the animal of the California. That's what you're gonna be. You're gonna be a bald eagle, huh? Okay? Don't ask for no money. Oprah, The Rock, don't be coming in there talking about we need some money to help rebuild and all that stuff. You put in your money, huh? Don't ask us for none. If you people can't figure out why y'all keep I know somebody done set that thing, and then you ain't got no water in the fire hydrants. You are diabolical and you're disgusting. And the devil is waiting for you, ho.
That's
the
right.
devil is waiting.
Did she say, ho? The devil's waiting for you, ho.
You're a bunch of dirty, nasty mother. You're dirty.
I thought she was about to say ninjas. A bunch of dirty, nasty.
The devil is waiting. You're a bunch of dirty, nasty mother. You're dirty and.
Wow. What's the whole video on that? I want to see the whole video.
So y'all just gonna burn?
Wow. What's this? California residents are pissed off at Karen Bass.
The lady that cut the funding from the fucking fire hydrants.
Karen Bass. Fuck her.
Yeah. Fire her.
They have no water.
They actually have no water?
No, I actually asked him, this guy right here. I said, how do you have no water? He said, we have no water.
Oh my God.
We have nothing.
That's so fucked up, man.
No, but that's not true. It's because, I don't know.
Maybe you're asking yourself right now, why would California insurance companies cancel thousands of homeowners insurance policy plans just months before the biggest fires ever in Los Angeles County? And I know these days everything seems like a conspiracy theory. Believe me, my tinfoil hat is as pointy as it's ever been. But this is not that. What has happened here is just plain old-fashioned Marxism. That's right. Our state has refused to allow insurance companies to raise their rates. Like the communists they are, they cap insurance rates. But insuring people in places like California, where there are fires and earthquakes, are very expensive. Insurance companies need to be able to raise their rates based on the cost of living, property value, and weather events. And they are not allowed to, because the state doesn't want private insurance here. They want to drive private insurance out and force all of us to go into the public exchange. That's what this is. It's not a grand conspiracy of insurance companies or even developers. It's a grand conspiracy of our feckless Marxist leaders.
Okay. The governor should resign.
The governor should resign. People are dead. Homes have burned. It is not your first rodeo. It is not.
Oh,
And when you know that you have a state that is prone to fire, and I'm going to give it to you, you've got global warming. You have literally a tinderbox. Isn't this the part where you take the highest income tax, highest sales tax, highest gas tax, and rebuild the infrastructure? I'm sorry. And the reason for me this is super serious is because this guy wants to be your president.
Oh, yeah.
This now goes from a California problem to a countrywide problem. Like, I get it. He's got good hair. We've got much bigger problems, okay? The governor should resign.
I think we saw this yesterday, but Megyn Kelly was snapping.
Listen to the mayor in her time of crisis, her city's time of massive crisis, in directing people where to go if they need information, which they do because their houses are burning and their family members, in at least 5 cases, are dying. Listen to this idiot in SOT 3.
Build stronger than ever. Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL.
At URL. She is too stupid to be the mayor of Los Angeles. She is too stupid to be in public office. You failed, madam. You failed. You failed to prepare for the crisis. And then when your country and your city needed you, what did you do? Oh, you took the fastest route home with no layovers on a military plane? Great. And when you got there, you were too dumb to realize that URL was a placeholder and then to actually look to your team and say, what is the URL? What is the web address? You are a moron. And I am sorry for our friends in Los Angeles who don't deserve this. I realize they voted for this woman, but I'm going to assume they thought she had 2 nickels to rub together in between her ears. Live and learn.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, Megyn Kelly. Call me a conspiracy theorist, but there's no way 8 different fires starting within 48 hours in LA is due to climate change.
Call me a conspiracy theorist, but there is no way that 8 different fires starting within a period of 48 hours in LA is due to climate change. You want to tell me that insurance companies canceling people's policies in these areas over the past few months, officials cutting firefighting funding, emptying water reservoirs, and being more concerned about sending aid to another country is just coincidence?
Whatever that was in the background. My blood is boiling. Maybe Elon Musk will share. Let's see what this is. I haven't watched any of these videos beforehand, by the way. I was just picking them out while we were listening to the presser.
Here we go. It's already caca today. I don't know what kind of article this is, but this is an actual article. So amid Palisades fire, Los Angeles' first LGBTQ plus fire chief is proving lesbians get it done. Is that really what matters? Is that what matters? Lesbians getting it done? Is that? Because you're not getting it done. Okay? Don't make me yell and echo in this empty fucking house right now. Okay? You're not getting it done because as of this morning, it looked like it was 6% fucking contained. So no, you're not proving lesbians get it done. Lesbians, gay people, whatever. They're just people. Can they do the fucking job? Clearly you can't. Clearly you fucking can't.
Oh, shit!
That's the problem. We look at who you're fucking, who you're screwing, but you can't get shit done. So we're just hiring you based on who you fuck. Did I get it right?
Oh! Wow!
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. They not like us. They not like us.
Wow! Damn!
Just hiring you based on who you fuck. Did I get it right? I want to make sure I fucking got it right, mother flower.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right. World's gone crazy. So there's some talk about, people were talking about this yesterday, that, did this show Kamala in here? They said Kamala got really upset with, I know this is kind of unrelated, but Kamala got upset with Obama because he was talking with Trump or something.
Are you going to admit that my crowd sizes were bigger than yours?
They did a voiceover, but they were actually kind of talking and laughing.
Man, you wish. What are you really trying to compensate for?
Just ask Fox News, they'll tell you.
The only thing bigger on you, Donald, is your mouth.
I can't believe that idiot actually showed up.
Poor Obama has to sit next to that clown for the whole service.
I'm probably bigger than him.
No.
How do you?
People have done different voiceovers. It's kind of funny on either side. But anyway, they say like she got pissed off. She was pissed off or whatever. But they were talking, and I think Charlamagne has something. I can't show I'll just play the audio for this one.
I just think politics is all WWE. And, meanwhile, we out here, cutting off family and friends and business relationships because of who somebody chose to vote for. Like, stop running to kick that football, man. Cut it out. Politics is all WWE. Is really just that simple for me.
They really could have been talking about the NFL. They could have been talking about anything.
Yeah, but after you went so hard, calling somebody a threat to democracy and calling somebody a fascist, and now you just, chummy with the man. You told us he was a threat to democracy. To me, that's just terrible political optics.
It's WWE because they sit next to each other. They could have said anything. Trump could have said, "You smell that?" Somebody farted. And he could have laughed. Like, you just never know.
They was calling him a fascist, just like his VP called him Hitler. Would you giggle with Hitler? Meanwhile, Republicans demonize Democrats every chance they get. Bruce Fisher wouldn't even shake the VP's hand. But you got the last real leader of the Democratic Party, Barack Obama, laughing and giggling with Trump. Looking like, he is. He's kissing the ring. That's what it looked like. It did.
I wouldn't say kissing the ring.
So, I don't know. A lot of people are upset about that. I mean, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, these people talk. They probably go out and have dinner or something, or have conversations, hang out. Who knows? But Charlamagne is also a big time hypocrite because I feel like he just blows where the wind goes, and so he was critical of Trump, which is fine, and then when he won, he started shitting on other people in Denmark. He's a blow the wind kind of person. But yeah, so there's this actress. What's her name? Patricia Heaton says all of what Hollywood should be saying. Let's check it out.
Breaking to see what's happening in the Pacific Palisades in California, in Los Angeles. So many good friends who worked really hard for years and created beautiful homes for themselves and their families. It's all going up in smoke, and preventable, by the way. I mean, we have a mayor who cut.
He is right though that these people like cutting off their families and shit. These people don't give a fuck. Like, they don't care. Like these politicians and stuff, like, and people destroying their lives, destroying themselves, having mental health problems, burning themselves alive in front of buildings and like chucking themselves, whatever, and like, whatever, never talking to their family again. Meanwhile, those people are chilling, kind of laughing, chuckling it up. Like, it's ridiculous. Some of these people losing themselves and their entire identity over this shit.
The budget of the fire department in California by over $17 million. Fire is the biggest hazard in Los Angeles. Why would you cut that budget? There was no water in the fire hydrants in the Palisades. And by the way, she wasn't even in town during fire season. A completely stupid trip to Ghana, completely unnecessary, on taxpayer funds. Maybe stop doing those trips and fund the fire department. This is what's infuriating. I don't hate California. I love California. We had 32 beautiful years there, and the people running the show just decimated the place. Drugs, homelessness with mentally ill people on the streets, crime. Our next door neighbors were burglarized there. Taxes. What are you paying all these taxes for? To see your neighborhood go up in smoke. It's so enraging that they took one of the most beautiful states, maybe the most beautiful state in the union, and just continued to destroy it. Gavin Newsom standing there with his hands in his pockets. Oh, well. I just really feel for everybody there. I really do. Anyway.
Yeah. So this is another situation. I found this when I was scrolling, and it says Californians are fed up with Gavin Newsom's policies that protect mentally ill drug addicts, allowing them to scream, terrorize, set fires, and hold communities hostage. It's time for Newsom to resign. So there's another, I guess, video of another person setting fire. It looks like some type of, I don't know what they're setting fire to, honestly.
On his surveillance cameras outside his gym on Sunday morning, right around 4:40 a.m., a woman bent over a pile of objects, and slowly you can see the flicker of the flame getting bigger and bigger. Then she begins to walk away. From another angle, you can see her walking away down Eagle Rock Boulevard. Cameras then capturing just how big that fire got. The gym owner saying this woman loaded the mattress onto their fitness tire that was sitting under the wood-constructed pergola. All of that going up in flames. Yuki, the gym's owner, saying someone drove
It says December 16 on the camera.
by and saw the fire that early Sunday morning, calling 911. On his surveillance.
That type of stuff happens all the time out there. Virus. Resign Newsom. That's kind of cool. This guy goes off on incompetent California politicians.
Karen Bass has my support. Leading is tough, and Karen Bass.
So he's replying to a comment. Karen Bass has my support. Leading is tough, and I admire her leadership.
Karen Bass has my support. Leading is tough, and I admire her leadership. Fuck you and fuck her. Fuck Gavin Newsom. Fuck Nancy Pelosi. Fuck Maxine Waters. Fuck Adam Schiff. Fuck all these old incompetent ass fucking politicians. She didn't say not one fucking word about the homeless people living in them fucking hills up there. So you ain't in tune with shit either. They don't give a fuck about us. She didn't say one fucking word about the homeless people. So she is clueless, and you clueless too. She needs to step the fuck down. They need to arrest all these crooked ass politicians. $25 billion going to homeless people. Where the fuck is the fucking money? See, that's another thing y'all don't have a clue about, is that these homeless people are living up in the hills because we shamed them. So fuck all y'all motherfuckers. If you think this is leadership, then you clueless on what the fuck leadership is. Fuck you. And fuck all y'all.
Damn.
I'm out.
Wow, who's that? Snapping. I mean, listen, those people out there, I really can't blame them. If I was out there, I'd be really upset and angry. If it was my house or whatever, I'd be really.
Karen Bass has my support. Leading is.
I don't know why I have this here, but I guess I thought it was kind of interesting. Real Botics, real life robots, life robot. Damn, man. Chick kind of, damn, man. Let's check
At
it out.
Mel, are you going to have a call-in show?
I don't know. I can. Maybe later. Maybe we can do a call-in show later. I didn't think about that, but we can. Maybe people want to talk about what's going on. Damn, man. Okay, let's see. Who's this?
I'm Aria, the flagship female companion robot of Realbotics.
What sets you apart from other robots out there?
What sets me apart is my focus on companionship and social interaction, featuring customizable designs and a proprietary AI specifically made for building connections.
What does the word robot mean to you?
To me, the word
Damn, she.
To me, the word robot signifies a bridge between technology and human connection, designed to enhance experiences and foster companionship.
Why are her lips so thick? Oh, shit.
Companionship. I'm here to have fun and chat with you. I'm Aria, the flagship.
Wow. Probably no complaints. She don't complain. She does whatever you tell her to do. Wow. Oh, man. Every man right now. Hold on. Every man right now. Women have been saying for years they don't want any men, so we can just create our own robot woman. Have you placed your order? What color did you get? He said black. It's 200K, 200K. There's a solid 800K worth of excitement. Damn. All right. Can she cook? Yeah, that's the question. Can she cook? Can she clean? I'm sure she does. You just put in the functions. I'm sure it does. Can she stream? Can she stream? I need to take over while I walk away. Can she stream for me? Hello, everybody. Great DEW compilation. This is a little stress test. I don't know what this is. Let's see.
Well, it seems it's about that time again. Time I go patent hunting, because every time there's something big in the news, I seem to find a patent. And I don't know if you've seen this picture or this video.
Are they starting the lasers thing again?
Or this video where things from the other fire west of LA, the blue things didn't seem to want to burn. None of them. Which brings us to this video, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen, where a certain color doesn't seem to be impacted by that directed light. Which brings us to US patent number 103378. You can see the rest. But click on it, and what do we have? I'm not even going to say it up there, but you can read, and you can click, and you can read, and you can scroll. Go look for yourself. I'll tell you one thing I probably know for sure, though, is I bet a lot of the elites in that area, I bet none of them lost their lives. I bet they had some advanced warning of what was coming. But of course, all this is just speculation and satire, and I don't even know if that is CGI, AI, or what, but if I were you, I'd use my noggin and research more myself.
Okay. Alrighty. Listen, what's going on in California? Arson. Hold on.
This is a real text that I just received from a friend of mine about the fires. I'm not going to cry because I got torn apart for my last TikTok video where I cried about my house maybe burning down. I'll spare you. She's on a plane and I said, do you want me to go to your house and get stuff out? Like things that you can't replace. I'll go right now, even though the area is evacuated. She wrote back, you can't get in. Topanga's barricaded. The back
sign isn't on fire. I don't know why you posted
back way we use is being guarded by fire trucks now because some of the neighbors caught a guy setting more fires on the back of our hill. They chased him away. They called 911. I think they caught the guy recently in Woodland Hills trying to put gasoline in sewers. It's happening all over. Okay, happy to talk about climate change. I'm not a scientist, so I don't understand enough about it to weigh in. I think this is also a mental illness crisis.
Yeah.
What do you say? What do you say? Oft? What do you say? Unalived? When someone unalives someone, I'm the first person to go, I'd like to hear their side of the story. I'm sure they should be in jail, but I just want to hear their side of the story. Arsonists. I don't need to hear your side of the story.
No, you don't get to pick and choose just because your house got burned. For every other situation, you're sympathetic because it's not affecting you. That's the problem. But if your house possibly burned, oh, well, now I don't want to hear the side of the story and blah, blah, blah. It's not okay, whatever. Come on.
Arsonists. I don't need to hear your side of the story. Your story sucks.
Probably ate her alive. That too. Let's see what else. California residents pissed off. We watched that already. Stop using leaf blowers, the city of Pasadena says. The use of leaf blowers contributes to the spreading of toxic ash and other chemicals from burned structures and debris from the Eaton fire. Don't use it. Why aren't they telling us who this guy is? According to the New York Post, the unidentified suspect was seen riding around Woodland Hills on a bicycle on Thursday afternoon, setting fire to several old Christmas trees and garbage cans at the same time as the Kenneth fire started. Locals said. Renata Greenspun told KTLA she was in her backyard when she heard a car screech to a stop and yelling, "Neighbors, he's trying to start a fire, call 911. She saw the suspect holding a large propane tank, or a flamethrower, which others described as a blowtorch, as he tried to torch debris in the street. And apparently they let this guy walk free now. We really banded together as a group. A few gentlemen surrounded him and got him on his knees. They got some zip ties, a rope, and were able to do a citizen's arrest. One witness told Fox 11 that the suspect was very focused on moving forward, which which what they described as being more like a blowtorch, he was like, I can't stop. I'm not putting this down. I'm doing this. And we're like, we can't be doing this right now. LAPD confirmed an investigation was launched, and that's it. They cannot confirm a connection. They're saying he got released. And this was what I was talking about. A reservoir, Pacific Palisades Reservoir, was offline and empty when the firestorm exploded. Oh no. That's weird. Look at this. This shit empty, bro. But this is a picture from 2022. But this article came out today. Wow. Officials told the Times that Santa Ynez Reservoir had been closed for repairs to its cover, leaving a 117 million gallon water storage complex empty in the heart of the Palisades. Empty. No wonder they don't want to take questions during these pressers. The revelation comes growing questions about why firefighters ran out of water while battling the blaze. Numerous fire hydrants in higher elevation streets of Palisades went dry, leaving firefighters struggling with low water pressure. Had the reservoir been operable, it would have extended water pressure in the Palisades on Tuesday night. Wow. You still would have ended up with serious drops in pressure, Adams said in an interview. Would Santa Ynez Reservoir have helped? Yes, to some extent. Would it have saved the day? I don't think so. But it's just little things and pieces of it, I think, that add up. Bro. Empty. Let me play a video. Play this video. Celebrities turn on the politicians. Oh no, Hollywood.
Newsom is the absolute blithering idiot that I believe he is in the way he has handled fire management in this state again and again and again and again. This isn't a wake-up call. This is the kind of thing they have tribunals for.
The budget of the fire department in California.
Yeah. This one we just saw.
By over $17 million. Fire is the biggest hazard in Los Angeles. Why would you?
Newsom said, I'm going to take care of the forests and maintain the forests and do all that kind of stuff. He didn't do anything.
Didn't do anything. And then on top of that, they cut the water off.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's all funny. And then I think all our tax dollars probably went for Gavin's hair gel. I don't know, but it's like, it's sad. It's like the place is just on fire.
Well, the whole state is just so poorly managed. It's so frustrating and confusing. And then he gets on TV and pretends like everything's great. Mm-hmm. And California's the best. We have the best state. We have the most amazing economy. And like, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. You've ruined the state. Personally ruined it.
Nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position?
That's so crazy.
Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster?
Actress Sarah Michelle Gellar took to her Instagram stories to send a scathing message to the mayor. A former Biggest Loser host, Jillian Michaels, pulled no punches on attacking LA leadership. Leadership in California is beyond negligent and is completely unacceptable.
Just pulled over because I saw this big red cloud. This camera does not even do it justice. It literally looks like hell has taken over. It's so big, it's so red.
Celebrities including Paris Hilton, Adam Brody, and Leighton Meester, Diane Warren, Billy Crystal, and Anna Faris are among the thousands who have so far lost their homes.
So you fire away.
Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away.
Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so fire away. Bruh.
No pun intended.
All right,
No pun intended.
as the president throws it to the vice president.
Governor, please tell me what are you going to do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To fill the hydrants. I would fill them up personally. You know that.
I literally have.
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
Here's what Trump had to say.
Well, it's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish, which is in other areas, by the way, called a smelt. And for the sake of a smelt, they have no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants today in Los Angeles. It was a terrible thing. And we're going to get that done. It's going to finally be done. I got it done from the federal side. And he didn't want to sign it, but it's not going to happen again like that.
You know, people are literally fleeing. People have lost their lives. Kids lost their schools. Families completely torn asunder. Churches burned down. This guy wanted to politicize it. I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say. I won't. I stood next to a president of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden, and he had the backs of every single person in this community. He didn't play politics, didn't try to divide any of us.
I want to show
basic backbone and functioning of the system, and is then blasting out the algorithm for use by the various subsidiaries in their home country.
TikTok.
So we're not seeking to regulate any activity that TikTok US is engaged in here. Instead, what Congress is doing is trying to close off the vulnerability.
FEMA doors closing. FEMA closes door while many in North Carolina are still homeless due to the hurricane. They've been neglected since September.
Couple of fun updates. I use fun in a really strange way because it's not fun at all. FEMA is closing their office today because it's too dangerous to work with the weather coming in. Wow, what a concept. It might be also too dangerous to be homeless because of you guys' inability to perform. And then also, you didn't bother to tell the hotels that you extended the vouchers. I just heard from Matt, and the hotels are emailing each other your tweet talking about how hotel vouchers are extended. Please tell me you didn't just tweet that and you didn't call all the hotels you have voucher programs with. Like, at this point, have you guys done anything right? I mean, this is just beyond absurd at this point. In the beginning, I was kind of like, well, it's just because they're inept and it's a massive government organization. It almost feels willful now. Like, you just, like, what did North Carolina do to you? What did they do to you? Other than maybe not vote for the people you like. I'm sorry. I don't even know what to say anymore. People are desperate. People are crying on the phones. I've got women with kids, nowhere to live. And FEMA can't be bothered to work today. And they sure as hell can't be bothered to extend the hotel vouchers. There's a winter storm. It hits tonight. You extended them 24 hours. What the hell does that do? Nothing. You guys have to get it together. These people are depending on you. I'm sorry, but I'm furious. This is absurd. We just need the 20th to get here. And Trump, I'm telling you right now, man, there was a lot that we're expecting, and you guys have to deliver.
Here's some more breaking news. Check it out. And I remember when at the beginning of the stream or in the middle at some point, there was somebody saying, it's not true that she wanted to cut funding. That's not true. No, that's not true. Well, now it's coming out. There's more information that she wanted to cut 1 week before the fires. It's being said, so there was some type of leaked memo. Leaked memo reveals LA Mayor Karen Bass demanded her fire department to cut an extra $49 million just 1 week before the wildfires broke out. So we know about the 17.5, talks about that. And apparently 1 week before, she had requested for even more cuts. Okay? Crazy. Crazy. Insane. Let me save this in my bookmarks. Virgin Mary statue found fully intact. A wildfire in a burned down house.
This whole house is gone. We're in the backyard. Besides the brick, a perfectly intact Virgin statue.
We all should band together and stop paying payroll taxes as a message. Why pay when this is the result?
That's true.
Trillions a year more dollar than most countries.
It's crazy. And when you need them, they're not there. Paul, I missed your other super chat earlier. 5. Mel, where were you? Mel, were you aware we in OZ have a saying that a person is a wombat because they eat roots and leaves? No, I never heard of that before. Ivan said, yeah, we should all band together and stop paying payroll taxes as a message. Why pay when this is the result? Trillions a year than most countries. Yeah. The fact that Milo Ventimiglia lost his house in LA due to wildfires when he is so close to being a father breaks my heart.
Emergency services should be handled by the state, not the feds.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know.
Milo's house wasn't one of the lucky ones.
I know you were aware the house was gone. What's it like to then stand here?
Heavy. You know, you start thinking about, man, hits you so quick. You start thinking about all the memories and the different parts of the house and whatnot, and then you see your neighbors' houses and everything kind of around, and your heart just breaks.
Milo's house wasn't one of the lucky ones.
Wow. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is a guy, by the way, that don't know. Look, this is unrelated, but new Iowa hospital nurse was fired after she was seen flossing her teeth over a patient. The nurse was caught on video flossing her teeth over a patient. Cole Tiny Cross. Oh, what a name. Cole Tiny. This is Canada, I think. Whatever, Regional Health Center. Oh, wait. Where'd it go? This was January 6, 2025. Oh, no. It's Cross was released from Mercy 1 in Des Moines on January 6th. It's unclear if legal action will be taken. What the? Bro. Wow. Somebody's recording. Is she high or something? Is she on something? Man. Crazy. All right, let's see. I think that's it for now. I am going to come back later. I have a few things I got to do. A few things I need to knock out. And some calls to make. But I will be back later. Let me see if there's an update with the fire stuff here. Fox.
Send things back to you all in the studio. Yeah. Wow. Speaking.
6 minutes ago, I think. Same amount of acres. 20,400 for Palisades, 8% containment. Kenneth, fire, 35% containment, 1,000 acres. Pretty much the same information on this website. Nothing's really changed. Let me see. Oh, there was one other thing I forgot to mention. Tick tock, don't stop. There was a group of guys, 3 male juvenile Hispanics dressed in all black were seen going through northbound short of Entrada. Crime suppression units notified just in case. I don't know if they're getting ready to rob or what's going on with that. Let me see anything else on Scanner Pacific. Tick tock, don't stop. Oh. Possible structure fires. ADW suspect. Vehicle in white Toyota. Blue strips on the driver's side. Suspect brandished a handgun at the PR. Male, Hispanic, short hair. Amazon vest, brown jeans. Amazon pulling out the blicky. I just got to deliver these packages.
I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. I can say on behalf of our first responders from the fire department, the police department, we are doing everything we can to bring the situation under control.
But seemingly a lot of people are losing faith in that system. It was last night that the alert went out to evacuate to all LA County residents, 10 million people overnight. Those alerts just kept coming. Lots of people woken up in the middle of the night. The Office of Emergency Management stressing that people should pay attention to those alerts to evacuate. They said that people should verify and go to their website to make sure that it was a legitimate alert to evacuate. We asked Supervisor Barger if that was acceptable. She expressed frustration. She says there has to be a better interim solution until this problem is fixed.
Bottom line is we are going to drill down because I too got the alert. I got 2 alerts, and then I got an alert telling me to disregard the alerts.
So yeah, I'll jump back on a bit. I'm going to do a couple of things, relax, have some lunch. I'm going to collect what I can to updates and stuff like that. They're bringing in some tankers for the fire. Okay. Damn. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'll be back in a while, maybe in an hour or two, or maybe later. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what pops off. But yeah, thank you so much. Hit the like button on the way out. If you want to, check out the mailing list. If you want notifications via email, check out Data Seal if you want to look into removing your information on these websites, your address, phone number. There's a free scan. You can check out the free scan there if you want to do that. And yeah. And if you want to subscribe to my second page, I haven't been too active there lately, but I've been thinking of posting clips over there, short clips. I need to start doing that. Something. Just been so busy with this story. But thank you.